Oh, my goodness. And there it is. Wow, gets it to Indigo.
Oh.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Bowl TV. My name is Matt Canizaro, and you have tuned in for continued coverage of the 2021 PWBA Tour season. We've got the Bowlers Journal Classic taking place this week from the ITRC, the International Training and Resource Center in Arlington, Texas. We have the second half of today's qualifying round coming up here in just a few minutes. I'll be joined by my associate, Aaron Smith, along with Jason Thomas down inside the ITRC. Looking forward to some more great guests and great coverage as the day gets going. Once we get rolling here with our B squad, we'll have 9 games of competition as we whittle the field down. Then from 36 players, we saw 18 this morning. We'll see 18 this afternoon to the top 12 for round robin match play based on total pinfall for the 9 games. That all will take place tomorrow. And then after those 12 games, we will know our stepladder finalists for the live stepladder finals, which will take place tomorrow here on Bowl TV. And as we get going, all qualifying and match play for these great events at the ITRC free here on Bowl TV. You will need a subscription to watch the exciting conclusion through the stepladder finals, but very easy steps to follow to be able to lock in one of those subscriptions. We'll have all the details and pricing for you as we get going in our broadcast today. Again, 9 games coming up for B squad. The numbers have been set by the A squad qualifiers this morning. They're back at the hotel and waiting to see how their performances will hold up as the second half of this very talented field gets going here again in just a few minutes. We do appreciate everybody dropping in to join us. If you're here this morning, certainly some great bowling and some great commentary, not necessarily by us, but by some terrific guests who came in both from inside the venue and around the world from as far as England. Verity Crawley, PWBA star, joined us from across the pond to talk about her feelings and her situation. She, of course, is unable to compete this week at the ITRC due to some visa and travel restrictions, along with Daria Pajok from Poland and then many other players experiencing some big decisions when it came to competing in this event, whether it be for travel reasons or personal reasons or just real life situations and having to work and such. But a great field with us in Arlington this week, and a lot of procedures and policies in place to make sure this event is safe and exciting for the players and the staff and all the viewers at home, and utilizing some new tools here on Bowl TV to make it as fun and interactive as possible. So get back, get comfortable, grab a drink, grab some popcorn. Aaron Smith will be back here in just 1 minute, and we'll have all the excitement rundown, everything. We'll talk scores, numbers, players to watch, you name it, really. So much going on, and it's only day 1, event 1 of this 20-event PWBA Tour season, and it looks like Aaron Smith is ready and set. He's going to pop back in and really take the lead here because he's a Bowl TV superstar. Aaron Smith, are you ready?
Matthew,
there he is.
I believe I am.
Well, welcome. Thanks for all your hard work behind the scenes there. I think I only stared at myself for about 2 minutes before I realized what's happening and that it was actually live and ready to go and actually start talking rather than waiting for a thumbs up or anything. So all a learning curve, but we're ready to go and smooth like butter.
Smooth like butter. I like it, Maddie. It's been a crazy round number 1. We'll get to that in a little bit. Talk about our current tournament leader, Ashley Galante, and her performance. I think you guys had the opportunity to chat with her for a little bit as well. And we first off want to say a big welcome to all the folks watching on Facebook. I know we had some glitches first time out but hopefully we are good to go. And you can enjoy Game 1 of B Squad from the Bowlers Journal Classic at the ITRC in Arlington, Texas. Just as a reminder, on bowltv.com, we will have qualifying match play for free. All you have to do is create a Bowl TV login to check that out. So after Game 1, we're going to turn off the Facebook Live. You'll have to come to Bowl TV if you want to continue to watch, but it's free. Just create a login. It's cool. It's simple. And then from there, if you want to watch the stepladder finals, we have 4 of them throughout the course of the week. You will have to become a subscriber. 4 options for that are very cool. Annual for $79.95, monthly for $9.95. Or if you just want an event pass to the Kickoff Classic, $12.95 for all 4 events. Or if you just have an individual you'd like to see for one particular stepladder, that's $4.95. So a lot to check out. Practice underway on this 39-foot condition. We do have a guest planned to kick off pretty soon here who knows a little thing or two about oil patterns. So we'll be looking forward to chat with him. Nick Hoagland scheduled to join us in a couple minutes after the break of the hour. But right now, folks, we're finishing up practice. We'll let you enjoy lanes 5 through 8, and we'll be back to kick off the show right here on Bowl TV.
And you have to go to the first ball cycle. Four arrows are up. You have a full 7. I've never been so happy to say this. Ladies, you may now begin round 1 of the PWBA Bowlers Journal Classic. Good luck.
All right, Dave.
And with that strike from Summer Jasmine B Squad underway here on Bowl TV. For those of you who are joining us for the first time on bowltv.com, this station essentially kind of works like NFL Red Zone. We're going to hop across all 12 lanes in play here at the ITRC this week. When big moments are happening, runs at 300, people go on for cuts or leads, we'll be able to jump back and forth, as well as have many great guests throughout the course of the competition. But if you just want to follow your favorite athlete, say we're not showing them right now, you want to go watch lanes 1 through 4 on bowltv.com, you have that option. If you're watching on a desktop, there's a chance to, if you're not in full screen mode, you'll see all the channels underneath with the lane numbers, so be sure to follow those. If you're on mobile, in the top right-hand corner, you'll see a little 4-pane window box that will have all the channels as well. They should say live on them, so you can check it out and enjoy your favorite athletes across the house. Or if you want to see how one particular lane is breaking down too, we did a little bit of that last block with Shannon O'Keefe and Stephanie Johnson, who are now competing here in B Squad. So be sure to take advantage of those. We do have a chat open as well on bowltv.com, so be sure to check it out. A lot of cool stuff going on for the moment. But as we settle in here for the first few shots on this 39-foot pattern, we got a lot of insight yesterday from the ball reps. We talked a little bit to some of the players about what they saw, but we're going to go a step further. We're going to go to the individual who helped create this pattern that these competitors are bowling on. So without further ado, we're going to welcome in Mr. Nick Hoagland to the Bowl TV studio. So Nick, hopefully you can hear us. Hopefully you can see us. How are you doing, sir?
Good. How are you guys today?
We're watching bowling. It's awesome. We're having a good old time here at the Kickoff Classic Series, specifically now the Bowlers Journal Classic. We got one squad in the books, 9 games in on this 39-foot pattern. Tell us what we should expect or should have expected to see throughout the course of competition, and just how folks are going to attack this particular pattern.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me on, guys. It's always fun to talk bowl patterns. So this is a 39-foot pattern, very what we call a multiple angles pattern. So do the pattern on your screen. When you go to PWBA.com, you'll see that it's a very traditional sort of Christmas tree shape. No special funky designs on it. And since it's 39 feet, you're going to see the players, as you're seeing right now, they're starting to play not the gutter, but more towards the second arrow at the ball track. So you're going to see their balls probably be about 7 or 8 down the lane on the. And the reason for that is the ITRC topography, and we've been talking about that, really is what we call hanging. And so if you see a ball going really close to the channel, it's probably going to stay out there. The recovery off the gutter at the ITRC is not great. And you see on lane 9, there's a washout. So put the same pattern out on a different lane, hook more off the gutter. But for this one, you're going to see the players. I would not expect them to get their ball right or left of 5. If they do, it's probably going to hang.
All right, Nick, great insight there. And we actually saw a few players probably even start a little bit farther left than that in A squad. We saw the scoring pace. We saw 3 players kind of run away from the rest of the field. We had Ashley Galante at plus 200, and then Danielle McCune and Aaron McCarthy at plus 195. Then there was about 50, 60 pin drop to, I believe, Valerie Bercier. Let's double check that. Yes, Valerie at plus 134. Missy Parkin at plus 129, Jillian Martin, the young standout, at plus 119, and then Maria Balanova at plus 110. Then we drop all the way down to plus 76 in 8th place. So based off of those scores, is that kind of what you expected for this condition?
Yeah, I think I expected the scores. I mean, in my mind, the pattern would suggest that the scores might be higher. And I take into account the topography at the ITRC, which again is challenging just from pair to pair, but from lane to lane. And I would say the pin carry is not great. And so that probably equates to, losing 10 pins a game. So if I thought the leader was going to average 230, she averaged 222. Just to give you a quick indication of how different pairs are, I had Nick Harishny running some stats here. In the first squad, what the average score is per pair. And so on the high end, the highest scoring pair mathematically was lanes 3 and 4, averaging 218.33. The lowest scoring pair, 11 and 12, averaged 193.48. So watching, flipping through, keep an eye on and see if you see more high scores on 3 and 4 and more low scores on 11 and 12. Same oil pattern, but topography obviously playing a part in those lanes.
Nick, you're in kind of an unenviable position. Obviously, at the end of the week, somebody's going to think you're the greatest guy in the history of the world. And the rest of the time, the other folks, maybe not so much. You've been known to challenge us on the lanes in a variety of ways. And I feel obviously going in kind of what kind of scoring pace you're looking for. Those are always, I'm sure, interesting conversations just to determine how challenging you want to be for the players coming out. First time in a long time. Can you talk a little bit about the process in determining what we were going to see this week, knowing that there's going to be 3 different patterns, knowing that we want to, have an accessible line to the pocket, I guess, and really still challenge the shot makers and the spare shooters as well. So it's a tough balance that you have to do. You've gone out there and made them extremely challenging for the entire week. Verity told us about one such instance, but what was the mindset for this particular event and this set of tournaments?
Well, that's a great question. First of all, it's a blessing that we're bowling. So kudos to your team, the USBC folks, for putting this together, the thought of doing this, making everyone safe, and being able to crown champions. From the pattern development standpoint, we always are fully transparent. I have conversations with Bill Milligan and Rob Gottschall and Chad Murphy, and we talk from scoring pace to making sure that all styles have a chance to play, over the course of a year. And so, for this first series of tournaments here, we give them 3 distances and 3 difficulty levels. And also taking into consideration, frankly, the Training and Research Center is a very difficult center to bowl in. You're seeing that with what I would consider a very soft pattern for women bowlers, almost a 4-to-1. It's a sport, but it's a high, it's a high ratio sport pattern. And again, the high average is only 220, which is not an indication that people bowl bad. It's an indication you have to make them super tough to make the bowling center play tough. So patterns, 3 different volumes. We're using different each tournament. Again, our goal with the women's tour is just variety. We want to give the athletes different books all the time so that they're not bowling on the same type of pattern, every week or every tournament.
Additionally, we appreciate more than anything what you and Kegel are able to do for us from a lane maintenance perspective. One thing that shows on the graph and in the explanation that perhaps you can further explain is the confusing notion that folks ask what type of oil is being used, and we say, oh, it's ice and it's fire. Well, obviously that's a newer technology and something that allows you to do even more things than ever before. But can you explain that for those who aren't as familiar with how one machine can put out 2 different kinds of oil in different ways?
Yeah, it's a great question. We couldn't run these tournaments without our sponsor, Kegel. They're not here oiling the lanes this week, but we're using their training center with complete transparency and checklist to make sure that we're putting out the pattern that we said we're going to put out on the lanes, which is the first key. So the machine, and you guys did a great job of videotaping me a couple of years ago at the Open Championships. We kind of went through how the lane machine works. Basically, there's 2 tanks in the machine, and you can use 2 different oils, the tank A and tank B. So on this particular pattern, using 2 different oils, and if you look at the graph, we're using what's called Kegel's fire oil, which is what I'd call a more hooking oil, fire heat hooking. We're using that on basically boards 7-to-1. So on the outside part of the lane, we're using the more hooking oil. From the 8th board in, we're using a slick oil called ice. That makes sense. Hooking oil, ice is the slick oil. So you think in your mind, wow, that's really going to make the lanes easy. We're using the slick oil in the middle and the hooking oil on the outside. What you're going to see here over the course of the block is that ice oil that's in the middle of the lane as the bowlers throw their shots, like Shannon is right here, throwing it to the right. She is pushing that ice oil into the fire oil from the carry down. And you're going to see what we call sort of a wiggly transition. The lanes are going to go through a crazy transition period, and the statistics show that. The first squad, we charted how many games were under 200 for the field. So for the first 4 games, it was anywhere between 5 and 7 of the bowlers did not shoot 200. When you get to game 5, that number goes to 9, game 6, 10, and game 7, 9 again. So tonight, when you're watching ladies bowl, games 5 through 7, I would expect to see the scoring pace down because of that oil transition. There's a lot of comments always about oil patterns. I think the thing that most people are not aware of is the data and the stats that we use to chart this. It's not just the mad scientist in the room drawing these things out of thin air. There's quite a bit of work and conversation that goes into doing this.
Well, Nick, I feel some of the collegiate bowlers over the past few years at the Hoosier Classic may think differently about that, but that's extremely interesting information to apply to that. And that was something we saw. You mentioned 11 and 12 being the lowest scoring pair, and we caught that pair kind of during that 5, 6, 7 games, and they were not easy. They very few 200s across the board on that, which is very interesting. I wanted to hit one more topic with you. You mentioned topography a little bit earlier. Tell us a little bit about some of the characteristics of the ITRC that folks on Bowl TV should be looking out for this week.
Yeah, so the real basic explanation is that the ladies are bowling uphill. And so if you're a right-handed bowler or a left-handed bowler, you're sort of, the lane is sort of all within tolerance, by the way, USBC tolerance. Nothing is out of spec, but you're bowling uphill. So the further you throw your ball out to the gutter, the more uphill it has to climb. And that makes it more challenging. So let's watch Shannon here. I bet you that ball's wide. That's a washout. 2-8-10. See, she got that ball to the right of that fifth board we talked about. And as the further the ball went out toward the gutter, the more uphill it has to go. So if we put this pattern out, for instance, at the South Point Bowling Plaza, that ball would have struck 100%. But at the ITRC, because of that topography, that ball hung for 2-8, and that's the difference in the 10 pins you're seeing in the scoring I talked about earlier. That should have been a sort of a mixer strike. In most places at the ITRC, that's a 2-8, and she was fortunate she didn't 2-8-10. Ryan Z here, she's playing a little bit further left and throwing it to that spot. She didn't get that ball right at 5. That was probably at 6-7 down the lane, and the ball came up and struck. If she would have got that ball out to where Shannon threw it, it would have been a 2-pin or a wall shot. Now,
Nick, we know you love watching bowling. We know you're all about this stuff. And I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit here. You can work around the answer if you'd like. Based off of this pattern and the ITRC and the things you kind of are familiar with, knowing the players in the field, any early predictions for someone who may be in the stepladder final who's going to really shine on this pattern?
Question. I think you have two different types of tournaments here. I mean, they're bowling 9 games, and there's only 3 on a pair, so the line isn't too much. But I think on this pattern, you're going to see 2 different. A straighter player may have some success early in the block, but you're going to have to get steep and angle the ball towards the end of the block. I haven't had a chance to really go through, the bowlers who I know would be able to angle it and see if they have greater success. But you're going to have to probably have 2 angles in your arsenal to succeed on this particular pattern. You can probably stay straight the whole block, straighter, but the heads are going to break up, and I don't think you're going to care. Like Diane Z right there, even, she placked a 10, sort of playing it straight. So I see it's the bowler who can navigate both angles that's going to get there on this. And I don't. The other wild card is Angie Ramirez. I mean, she's a great player, and I think as the ball reps alluded, she's the only lefty in the field. So if she's got to look, and her position as much of the oil, she still has to contend with topography compared to her. But she could have a really good tournament here.
That was going to be my next question. Being a lone left-hander, obviously the plan of attack to start potentially the same for all of the players, both sides of the lane. But the right-handers are going to see that transition, and they're going to have to make the gradual moves left. And we saw late in the block in the window that you mentioned, potentially a larger move. What does that mean for Angie? I mean, she's basically going to fresh pairs at this point, and being left-handed, once you find that look, it's great. If it's not there, you have to do a lot more thinking to try to make things happen at that point.
Yeah, and thus the 100-year-old conversation of lefty-righty balance, Matt, as you well know. The real thing to remember is sort of the easier of the pattern. Like, and I'd say this is more of a softer sport. By the way, it's a symmetrical pattern, so they're exactly the same oil on both sides of the lane in this. What else you can do? I think she's playing in the right part of the lane. I'd say she's probably just a board. With all what I tell her, she's probably just probably to pinch more. But if she can dial that in, right-handers have to move, but also you have to remember that either in women's tour, most right-handers would the right-handers are actually moving into their preferred line of play when they play third arrow as opposed to first arrow.
Definitely all good stuff. Good
3 and 4
analysis.
scoring. Can you show us 3 and 4? Any scores on the fresh on the
3 and 4? Yeah, we can switch over there real quick.
Beggar and 10 pin. Just trying to see if the topography shows on the first game. You know, knowing that statistically that's the best pair, is someone going to get off to a really quick start on that pair. And looks like
looks like Lindsay Boomershine has made a nice move after an early open before that 10 pin there in frame number 8.
Maria Jose Rodriguez there. You know, she's using the ball of surface. I don't know what the ball is, but you know, she's in a little bit. Like that was probably at 12 at the arrows, and that ball just simply, to me, didn't get far enough right. Took in the middle and went high. So I'm wondering, Jason Thomas would know more than me because he's up there, but you know, these ladies, it's been a while. You know, everyone's excited, and I wonder, even for the veterans, you know, world champion Maria Jose Rodriguez, if she's nervous, you know, out of the block. I really would like to know.
All right, Nick, we got a few more shots here before we'll let you go, but we definitely appreciate the insight here on the oil pattern and the development. Folks who are watching on Facebook right now, we're going to be doing this all night long on BullTV.com, so be sure to swing over. We got all the pairs in play, so you can kind of follow that trend. See if 3 and 4 is the highest scoring pair in B squad. See if 11 and 12, you know, maybe is a little bit easier on the players. We'll get to see all that unfold and more. We're going to have a giveaway as well a little bit later in the block, so you can do that all on BullTV.com. Just create a login. I know Nick was in the chat a little bit earlier talking about Bruce Springsteen for some reason, but we certainly encourage you to join us over there. We're going to wrap up the Facebook Live pretty soon here, just a few more frames. But Nick, you know, just based off of what you're seeing here in the early going, where do you expect some of these players to kind of be by the end of the block?
I think they'll be at left of the third arrow at 20. And remember, they've if they're smart, they've watched the full first squad bowl, so they already know what's going to happen in the lanes. See if that ends up being an advantage. Sometimes it's a disadvantage because you think something's going to happen, you chase it too quickly, and it ends up backfiring. To see if these ladies get deeper quicker because they think the lanes are better in.
Excellent stuff. Well, Mr. Hoagland, we'll let you get back to the rest of your day there in Indianapolis. It's always a pleasure to see you. It's been too long since we've gotten to do this, but definitely enjoyed the opportunity. Hopefully, you know, schedule permitting, we can get you on the other squads as well to talk about the oil patterns for the ITRC Classic and the Hall of Fame Classic to wrap up the week.
So I'm going to hang out in the chat for about 20 minutes. So if anyone has any questions, feel free to chat, and I'll respond back to you.
All right, Nick, thank you so much. We appreciate it, sir, and we will talk to you soon.
Thanks for having me on.
Thanks, Nick.
All righty, Nick Hoagland.
Right, here we get a high score alert over on 7 and 8. We were watching earlier in the game, Chrissy Leone finished in the 260s. Great to see her back on the lanes. 269 was the final number for her, so a great start. Of course, Terry Leone, a big factor in the bowling world for so many years, passed away earlier this year or recently, depending on the calendar turn there. But Terry, we spent a lot of time watching him bowl out in Las Vegas at senior events and Open Championships, Bowler Journal Championships. So our condolences, of course, to the Leone family there. Nice to see Christy back on the lanes and here in the PWBA Tour. And we've had some good times with her and her teammates at the Women's Championships as well. So big bowling family, very special, big part of our history. And again, great to see her back and off to such a great start here.
Absolutely. Did finish with 269. So that's kind of similar to what we saw in the early block. We had a couple of games in the 260s, or I think one game in the 260s, a couple in the 240s to start. So we got some folks who are definitely matching up to this 39-foot condition. If you want to check it out on bowltv.com, the panels where the chat is at, if you click at the top there, we do have a link that goes directly to pwba.com. Or if you want to skip the middleman, just go to pwba.com. You can do that as well. Lots of opportunities to click as soon as you get there to select more about the tournament, more about the standings, and, of course, more about Bowl TV and these great athletes. Let's take a look around the house here, Matthew. Looks like everyone's just about ready to wrap up. Just a few 10th frames left to go. 11 and 12 already in the books. We got a final shot, or final 10th frame here from Clara Guerrero, who had quite a performance at the PBA King of the Lanes over the summer of 2020, then was part of the PBA League as well. A member of the Miami Waves. Taylor Boltice, who made a brand change heading into the 2021 season now with 900 Global. She's a player we've seen has been solid over the course of her PWBA career, has a regional title, but is still looking for that first breakout performance on the national tour.
Well, Aaron, early here in our B squad, things shaping up just how they did score-wise, as we saw earlier. We expected high scores from the get-go, and then the transition that we saw, pretty much as Nick Hogan described it, right in the window of time, whether he was watching the entire block or not, able to kind of pinpoint when some of the struggles would take place. He's just that smart of a guy, I think, which is pretty neat. But it'd be interesting to hear from these players after this block to hear how many of them were at the hotel, were watching, intently learning things, how that affected any game plan changes, or at least how they attacked things later in the block when they were no longer on the fresh and as things started to change to perhaps avoid some of the things they saw their fellow competitors encounter early on.
All right, we're wrapping up here. We're going to let Lindsay Boomershine take us home here on our Facebook free preview here before we send everything back to just bowltv.com. So, Lindsay, we mentioned having the strong start after an open in the first frame, and she's going to get the 7-pin out there, so a little relief, but kind of a back-and-forth game for her. She threw 6 in a row after an open in the first, but back-to-back opens. She's looking to pick this up, can finish with 211 with the spare. Folks, we're going to have a special guest join us at the start of Game 2. Tony Franklin from the Outer Range podcast is going to swing by and chat with us for a little bit. So, once again, if you're on Facebook, you know Tony. Everybody knows Tony, so that's a great part. Head over to bowltv.com, set up a login, and hear what Tony has to say here in the early going of the Bowlers Journal Classic. Lindsay now with her first spare, so a little fun and relief after that. Matt, we've all been there before with when spare shooting woes kind of creep up on us, so good to see Lindsay get one in the books heading to Game 2, and for losing a few frames with spares, 211, still gotta be happy being plus in that situation.
Right, 211. If she does that, all 9 games, then that puts her in good position for the event for the week, and you just never know. Again, we have the scores already in place from A squad, so they know the numbers to beat, and we predicted the ball refs predicted what that number would be, about plus 130 to make the top 12. So obviously 211 for 9 games would be a little bit short of that, but you fix some of those mistakes, and get those extra 10 or 15 pins a game, and you're in a much better position. But interesting, and we'll have some more experts along the way here to talk about those numbers and some of the things that are being seen. So nobody has to take our words for it.
That's very fair. So, folks, on BowlTV.com, we're not going anywhere. We're still going to hang out. For the folks on Facebook, both PWBA and the Sport of Bowling USBC, we're going to say goodbye for now. But once again, BowlTV.com, create a login, check it out. Qualifying and match play, free to view. We got a chat. We got a bunch of cool stuff going on. There's going to be a giveaway toward the end of the block. So come visit us over there. But yeah, that's what we're doing right now. As we mentioned before, the stepladder finals do require a subscription. A few different options for that: an annual recurring for $79.95, monthly $9.95, an event pass for all 4 stepladder finals here at the Kickoff Classic for $12.95, and for each individual $4.95. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and just taking this. Matt and I are going to go to the side for a second. We're going to bring Tony back in a minute, but folks on Facebook and just Facebook. We're saying goodbye for now. Hopefully we'll see you on Bowl TV. And remember, on Bowl TV, bowling lives here. Have a great night on Bowl TV. We'll see you in a second. All right, Mr. Canizaro, we're back here on BowlTV.com for the Bowlers Journal Classic Qualifying B Squad. 9 games to determine the top 12 for match play tomorrow. We're going to bring in Tony Franklin from the Out of Range podcast into the studio. So, Tony, we can see you. There you are. Can you hear us? Welcome. How are you doing? Good, sir.
Doing good. Doing good. You guys sound great. How do I sound? Okay?
You sound awesome, sir.
All right. Well, thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Well, it's thanks for wanting to participate and coming on over. We definitely appreciate the company, and I'm sure the Bowl TV folks definitely here missing the Out of Range podcast as well with Matt and Derek. Matt actually sent me an email as well, so you guys might be we might have a reunion on here at some point this week. But
I certainly hope so. I hope we get the opportunity to get the family back together with some great PWBA bowling. So we're excited. Hopefully that'll work out.
But Tony, what we've been doing with our guests, since we can kind of switch from pair to pair and kind of show everyone who's bowling, is there one particular bowler on this squad right now that you would like to watch while we have our little chat here?
Oh, well, I want to watch my favorite bowler in the field. Can we watch Tina Williams?
Tina Williams. All right, let's figure out what pair Tina is bowling on. We'll switch right over to that. Tina Williams started at 9 and 10. She's over on 11 and 12 now with Kayla Bandy and Stephanie Johnson. So let's go ahead and get that switched up for you good folks right here.
All right. That's a good group. So tell me, guys, this has been a really, really neat deal. You've been able to bring in so many different bowling experts. There are a few good things that happen with COVID, right? You get the opportunity to do something like that. What do you think about it so far by bringing in different people?
Well, I think for the fans, it's probably a relief not to hear Matt and I the whole time. But we're getting a lot of great insight. You know, we've had players, Nick Hoagland, the ball reps have been coming in, offering their insights. So I think, especially since we're not sitting behind the lanes like we usually are, we kind of can have the eyes a little keener in that situation, I believe, where you're just picking up the small things here and there. So I think it's it's great to be able to have that insight coming in from the ITRC, but also being able to talk to great folks who aren't competing at the time. Like we had Shannon and Stephanie during the first block. We had Verity Crawley call in as well, so that was super cool to kind of hear their takes on what they were seeing out on the lanes, and kind of as things were progressing. Obviously, for Shannon and Steph, they were trying to learn a little bit more as well to get ready for their block. We see Stephanie right now with a 4-pin to track down, but I think that's been the cool part of it. It's some new technology, so I'm sure it's going to have a few bells and whistles to work out by the time we finish up this week. But so far, so good. I think it's been fun. It's been cool. It's been all right in my books.
Yeah, I've been watching all day. It's been great. I'm a big fan. I really like bringing in the ball reps, having the ball reps come at various times throughout the block, talking about their players, the ones that are close to the cut, etc. That's the real win right there.
I think, gentlemen, in general, I mean, the bowling speaks for itself, right? You're watching the bowling, you can see what happens, you can see the scores on the scoreboard, and I think we're relatively knowledgeable about things, but it's awesome to have the expertise and all the different viewpoints, whether it be ball reps or the players, to come in to explain things even differently, and how different folks see things, or in Nick Hogan's case, how his thought process was in coming up with all the things that he does. So it's pretty cool to be able to incorporate all that into one broadcast. Again, you're watching the bowling. I don't need to tell you what's happening necessarily, but to understand the stories behind things, why they're happening, how they're happening, and then to be able to tell other stories at the same time. We've had a chance to hear so many things and perspectives, including talking to Verity just about life in general. And why she's not here to have her explain it from her viewpoint rather than us try to retell that story. But so many other stories that get missed because we're focused so much on the competition. This is a way to do a little bit of everything, and it's great.
Yep, totally agree. We've had Nick on the podcast a couple of times. He never disappoints. Just listen to him try and tell us all the technical details behind the lane patterns. It really humanizes Nick. I don't think we ever want the lane person to be humanized, though. We want them to be the demon so we can hate them. But when he starts telling you about it, it makes perfect sense. So, Nick, God bless your soul. Thank you for being you.
And we know too, Nick knows what he's doing out there on the lanes. He was a collegiate.
He does.
He also owns an Eagle, so he can throw the ball as well as can make up the environment that frustrates all of us so much sometimes.
I know. It'd be so much easier if he didn't have an Eagle. We could really bust on him and make fun of him a lot more, but he's a qualified bowler. You got to give the guy some respect on that. Job well done. But hey, lots of people have Eagles. Chris Green has an Eagle, another friend of this show. So I mean, I'm not saying you guys are giving the Eagles away like candy. You're not, but I'm sure Nick's Eagle was much more, well earned than Chris Green's was.
To be fair, though, we have photos after the following year after Nick's Eagle win. I believe he shot 298. Matt, correct me if I'm wrong. But I think that was in Billings in 2002. We have some photos of Nick, and he was rocking the frosted tips during that time. So that was definitely it was kind of a Hawaiian button-down shirt as well. Definitely a good time. But if you're winning Eagles and button-down Hawaiian shirts, that
takes it to a whole nother level.
I know, right?
Yeah, that's a real Eagle there. No comfortable slacks, no comfortable jersey.
Yeah, another benefit of being able to bring on all of these guests is the occasional funny jokes and the digs and things that we can't say necessarily, but to others.
I know. I was going to try not to do that. And what did that last 5 minutes before I took a shot at Nick and Chris Green? That didn't take long at all. Oh well. It was a good run. Thanks again for having me. I guess I'll drop off now.
Well, we appreciate it. It certainly adds a dimension to the broadcast, and usually it's me and Aaron doing that to each other, but now we're expanding our world.
That's right. We can spread the love around a little bit. It just doesn't have to be just you guys.
This is true. And Tony, we got some scores here after game one, so we're going to run through those real quick. Christy Leong, 269 out of the gates to lead the way for B Squad. Then a bit of a drop-off. Elise Bolton, 228. Clara Guerrero, 224. Jody Scherer, 213, along with Shannon O'Keefe. Caitlin Johnson, who JT has let us know has the front five this game, with 211. Angie Ramirez Perea, 210. Liz Johnson, 210. Lindsay Boomershine, 208. Fania Cobo, 206. And Taylor Boltice, 202. So quite a few scores north of 200. You said you've been watching all day. How do you feel the players did in attacking this 39-foot pattern during A Squad?
You know, it seemed there were definitely a lot of different ways to attack it. I think the one player that surprised me the most was probably Jordan Richard, who was, right around even all day, and then busted off a nice little 230 game there in, the ninth game. So she, for me, it looked like she played right around the same spot, kind of around that 18 to 20 spot most of the day, just changed around different balls, and then made a little bit more of a bigger move into that last game. So I kind of wonder if, if this squad, and that's generally the case, right, is when you watch the players get late those last games, you come in and you always start a little bit deeper than probably you should. I think Nick really led into that. So we'll see if that's really the case, or if maybe the playing in is going to be a better play. On 39 feet, though, playing inside of 15 to 20 in the first 3 or 4 games, that's a bad strategy. But we'll have to see how it plays out for some of these players.
And we did have Nick actually chime in on the Bowl TV chat. He said, can you ask Tony where he would play the pattern? Assume lofting the cap left of the fourth arrow.
So I guess the digs are good. It's been opened up, fair game for everybody now, right? Yeah, I mean, I would definitely try and play 10 or 12, just like I think Nick recommended is a good spot. Keep it right at the tracer at 40 feet. However, as soon as I went through the face one time, then I'd move 10 left. So he's absolutely right. I would play the shot way too far left. But check out Kayla right there. That shot didn't work out. It went high, but that looked like a really good spot for that. And Nick mentioned it a little bit last game. We went down and we watched Maria. I think it was Maria finished, and he was mentioning how her ball didn't quite get as far right as he would like it to see. Maybe it got to 12 or 13 down lane where it needed to be at 10. So, the flat patterns like this, they always say attack the tracer down the lane. You can see it down there. That's where you want your ball to bounce off of, whether you go straight up the lane or hook it to it. Let's see what how she attacks the tracer here.
Stephanie was at 199, I believe, after game number 1. So she's playing a little bit farther left. But
yeah.
As you said, right over that tracer, rolled up nice.
Yep. Yeah. Surprised to see, Stephanie's definitely much stronger down and in player. So to see her play in, that definitely shows you that there's not much push left. So bowler's got to get in a little bit and find. You got to have one or the other, right? Any bowler needs, regardless how good you are, you got to have a little bit of hold or a little bit of hook. So maybe a little bit of hook now, and then it breaks down to the hold later.
Tony,
I sure did enjoy. Hey, I was going to say though, I sure did enjoy watching Jillian, the 16-year-old bowl. That was a lot of fun. Did you guys get a chance to talk to her afterwards? I didn't see anything with her.
We did not get the opportunity. We actually got to chat with her dad, John, yesterday for a little bit. I'm sure there was a little disappointment with the way that block ended, but talk about just a phenomenal start. I think her low game was 231 out of her first 5 games. And then, unfortunately, Nick said, as he mentioned, it slowed down a little bit, game 5, 6, 7, and she went 160, 160, 190, fell a little bit off pace, but still finished the day at, let's see here. I think she was plus 119. So she's got, I'm sure she is eagerly watching right now to see the scores throughout the course of the block because based off of some of the numbers folks were throwing around, they were thinking about plus 130. So that's a little below it, but obviously we'll have to see how B Squad kind of transitions here.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's probably a good number, 130. I would say I think she's in. I think she's the number. I think 119 will get it done, but we'll see. But she looked like she had the best time ever out there. She's a very excitable bowler, which is cool. I love to see bowlers with a lot of fire. So I was excited to watch her bowl today and glad she had really an amazing day. You're right, 3 bad games, but she's 16. It's amazing performance.
Well, and every bit of it a learning opportunity too, and should she make it into the top 12, more games tomorrow, and an opportunity to figure out what went wrong at that point and overcome it. And certainly has the tools to do that and the resources behind her to be able to figure it out and just tweak a couple things. And those 160s, 190s, they're up in the 2 teens, 220s, and make some changes, and she's right in it.
Yeah.
We got a note from JT that we have some high scores brewing on 9 and 10. So, Tony, I think we're going to head over there for a quick second.
Let's do it.
To see how some of these games are progression here. So we will have that up in just a moment. So we definitely see some strikes up on the board there. We have Diana Z, Summer Jasmine, and Christy Leong, who led the way with 269 in game number 1. She's off to another strong start at max score 246 with the 8th, 9th, and 10th to go.
What did Summer shoot the first game? Did she have decent game?
Let's take a quick look here.
My mistake. I guess I only saw the strikes that the shots that struck.
Well, Summer had
just like that one.
163 in the opener for Summer. So some struggles in game 1, but finding it here in game number 2. Diana had 194. So another situation of a player kind of working themselves into the block here. I'm sure some nerves after so long too. That's got to be a big part of it as well. You have your local bowling, you have your tournaments here and there, but it's been a while on the national stage for these competitors. So I'm sure they were excited, nervous, anxious to get back on the lanes.
Absolutely. I mean, it's been a lot of practice and a lot of small tournaments for all these bowlers over the course of the last year building up to this. So it's really exciting to see them all back out bowling, competing at the highest level. It's great. I think everyone's enjoying having this back today and had a lot of fun. Again, I think it's just great being able to bring in different voices and different perspectives, and you guys get to have all kinds of fun conversation in theory, right? In theory, some fun conversation.
Well, I think we're ready for another fun conversation here, and I think a gentleman that you know fairly well, Nathan Bohr, who has been
my man,
has been a regular contributor here on Bowl TV. So we're going to bring Nathan in once again.
How's it going, guys?
Hello, Nathan.
Hey,
we're doing good. We got Tony Franklin with us as well.
Oh my God, it's Tony. All right.
What's up, Nathan?
Hey, Tone. You doing all right?
Good.
Yeah,
Have you thrown any bad shots today, or has your execution been perfect?
All of my bad shots were out of the way on Sunday. I think you saw.
I did. I saw a little bit too much of that. I'm afraid. I'm sorry for that.
No, that's okay. I appreciate you coming out and helping us out, though.
I clapped as hard as I could, but I just could not get the 7 counts to start striking.
No 7s with striking and a whole bunch of flat 10s. So.
How's Maria doing this game?
Oh, she's a little bit better. She's telling me to talk quieter. Evidently, I'm yelling. So
that's probably my fault. So what do you think? What do you think Maria is going to do as the day goes on? You kind of watched how Erin McCarthy, who had a fantastic day, how it progressed for her. So
right.
Is it gonna be where Maria will move in deeper? But it looked like Erin just kind of changed balls and got into that. Which do you think Maria is going to do?
No, I think she's going to go left. I I think it'll kind of open up. There's going to be enough players playing that spot to their right. Looks like there's a few more players playing that spot to the right this block. So I think she can. It won't have to be early that she'll get left, but she'll be probably a zone left of all these players playing that spot between 10, 11, 12. She'll be a zone or so left of there, and if all goes well and I make good ball choices for her, she'll be able to strike a lot.
Ooh, a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure.
No, I mean I'm used to it now. If she doesn't strike, I just get ready for the silent treatment for about an hour. So.
Yeah. How many motive players do you have on the floor this squad?
We got two. We got Maria and we got Summer.
All right. That's probably more attention than Maria was hoping to get today. So you better have your A game.
A
sure.
game, yeah. My AI game, my eyes game.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, Nathan, we were just talking about kind of the nerves of coming back into the PWBA National Tour environment. How was that? That first game, just being back out there for Maria. Any extra nerves on her side, or is this just another event?
I don't think it was nerves. I think that first game was pretty poor execution. She'd be the first one to tell you that. She fights every once in a while, getting her backswing high at the top, and then when that happens, she kind of crashes down from there and can't get any projection, can't get good roll, good rhythm. So we're just working on that. She said she finally threw about 3 or 4 good shots in a row this game, so hopefully we'll build off of that.
All right, Nathan, I think we'll let you get back to work there, but thanks again for the insight from the ITRC. We appreciate it, and we'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, you got it. Tony, keep these guys in line, all right?
We'll do it, Nathan. You keep your stuff in line out there. Don't say anything.
Tony, you're the straight man in every conversation. So you're the one that's got to keep these guys going.
That's right.
Thanks, guys.
Nathan.
See ya.
There we have it.
See, that's like visiting the dugout in the 6th inning right there. That's awesome. I love that. Hear from the coaches, except he's really going to tell you what it is. She said her execution was poor. She didn't say that. He said that. You guys remember that in the divorce proceedings that will eventually happen with that. You remember that you guys were here for that. He did the best he could, but that's just the way it goes. But seriously though, I mean, I loved it when you guys had Nathan on earlier. Right now, that I just love the ball rep, quick in and outs on that. That's good stuff. It's definitely, I sound like the poster child advertisement for you guys, but that's really cool as a bowler of any level to be able to hear that type of insight, man. I dig that. That's great.
It is, when you think about watching the NBA on TV, whenever they would catch Greg Popovich, you get the short, quick, we played poor. We could rebound better, and then he would run off. So, so I'm glad all the ball reps have played nice with us and given us the insight and the time. So we're definitely very thankful to all those good folks who are in the ITRC doing their job and helping us out along the way too.
Yeah, that's good. Is this a setup it's going to be all week? You guys going to be remote, Jason in-house? You going to do some switch up?
Nope. This is following the procedures and protocol for this event. Jason, along with a few other folks, Rob Gottschall, Tennille, Caitlin Nelson, Nick Harishny, and Lou Marquez, all in the ITRC in the hotel. They're all staying and just going back and forth between there. I'm at the International Bowling Campus right now, but I'm at the Bowl TV studio and not and on the second level, ITRC on level 1. So I'm not allowed anywhere near the ITRC, which is probably for the best for all the equipment there. But and then Matt's calling it from home, so it's a pretty unique setup. We'll be doing this throughout the course of the event. So this will be what folks will be getting used to for the next 7 days.
Not only was I not allowed at the ITRC, I also was not allowed to be around Aaron Smith. We can't play nice, so they separated me completely over here. But technology, you wouldn't even know it. We could be sitting right next to each other, or we could be thousands of miles apart, as we were with Verity Crawley earlier today.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's great. That's like I said, just about there's only 2 good things I've seen come from COVID. One is traffic on the Dallas-Fort Worth highways. That right there is a big, big win. And 2, just figuring out all these different ways that you can get in front of people, share the message remotely. It's really amazing. I love it. And this, I hadn't even thought about this option as well, but it's working great. Like I said, I'm a big fan.
Now we're wrapping up game number 2 here. We got looks like Summer in the books with 232, 214 for Christy. So she's looking plus 80 and change right now. Diana with a strike in the 9th can get to 235 this game after 194. Let's take a look. A new resident here in the DFW area as well.
Yep. There's a lot of good talent that just has exploded in the Dallas-Fort Worth area over the past year. You know, we've got Ildemaro Ruiz is now here in town. You've got Arturo Contuero. You've got Diana Z. You've got Stefania Kobe. I mean, there's so many just new folks out here just crushing racks. It's a tough spot. Matt, it's a good thing you quit bowling because you already finished far enough down the list. Imagine if you had to add all those spots to it too. I don't want to bowl either. I'm terrified to bowl against these people. They're too good.
Ahead of my time. Way smart ahead of my time.
You're always thinking. You're always thinking. I like it. But it's great though. It's great to be able to have this type of talent up close and personal, and it's one of the things that makes us really fortunate here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And then we get to kick it off with this tournament, so everybody's a winner.
Now, Tony, I know you put a lot of work as well when you're not on the lanes or doing cool stuff like this. The Bowling News is very big in the area as well, and such a great publication to keep folks up to date. Tell us a little bit about working in that environment in 2020.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. So, the Bowling News has been, in print for over 60 years. It was started in this area by Joe Gennaro in Dallas. It's a weekly, 50 weeks a year. It's printed bowling publication that really celebrates the bowlers' accomplishments. It's really a weekly source of communication of tournaments, news, scores, pro shops, advertisements, all that stuff. So again, just a really before its time creation by Joe back in the 50s, and here it is still today. So we bought it maybe 13 or 14 years ago, and really it's just a sense of pride for us to be able to keep that going. It's not easy, right? A print publication in today's world, not easy at all. But my wife, Jeannie Franklin, she's grinds it out with this and all the other bowling centers that are so supportive of this. And then the readers, who doesn't love to see your name in print, right? I mean, that's the thing. It's funny. I'll even mention Ildemaro Ruiz, who's one of the best players on the planet. He won the big regional in Lubbock a couple of mid-December, right? And then this guy, national star, what does he care about the little bowling publication? But he was like, hey, I noticed he was expecting to see it on the front page, and just didn't see it in there. I don't know, we got to go back and figure out where our press release is on that. But just to think that someone of his caliber still wants to see their picture on the paper as a great keepsake, as something to go in the box or in the book for later down the road. So it's things like that that make this producing a publication like that really special to Jeannie and I and everyone else who works for us, or works with us. Mark London's produced a weekly article forever. We now have Dave Williams, who produces a weekly article for us on lots of wide-ranging topics. So again, just really appreciate you guys bringing that up, and we're just proud to have the opportunity to still, put something in print to be able to hand out to the bowlers.
Excellent stuff, Tony. I think you said you had to get out of here in the next couple of minutes.
Yep.
So since we're done with game 2, we will let you sneak out a few minutes early. But if you're available throughout the course of the week, feel free to hit us up, stop on by, and we'll chat, and we'll throw a few one-liners out there as well. Hopefully maybe get a few of the other out-of-range guys set up here and have a little fun with it too. That's right. Let's throw some more people under the bus, right? I don't think we've hit you yet, Aaron. So you're fresh meat for us next time we get on here. That's fine. I'm ready. Thanks. I appreciate it. Keep doing a great job, and we'll talk to you later. All right. Thanks, Tony. Take care, bud. All right, Maddie. We're into game number 3 already, cruising along here for B Squad at the Bowlers Journal Classic, part of the PWBA Kickoff Classic Series. There's going to be 3 of those throughout the 2021 season, 3 national events and 1 regional, all packed into about a 10-day window, giving competitors the opportunity to win a few extra titles this year, take home a little more prize money, and more opportunities to compete throughout the whole course of the year. With the way the schedule's set up, we have the one in January, one in August, and then one in October into November as well. So definitely looking forward to a few of these this season, along with our usual national tour stops. That schedule available on pwba.com. Game 3 coming up next. Whew. Tony Franklin, everybody.
That's a lot happening right there, Mr. Smith, and way to hold it all together. Tony, always very entertaining. Definitely appreciate the newspaper, as he said, the Bowling News, and getting my name in there. Definitely a couple of highlights for me. Always fun to turn the pages and see that. So I appreciate all that hard work and all the contributions. And again, just adding to the list of potential guests and guests we've already had that can really enhance these broadcasts as this event and potentially this season moves along here. It's an unprecedented season for the PWBA Tour, not only because of obviously current circumstances in the world, but 20 events and quite a prize fund. So we haven't seen a schedule like this in 2 decades, and we get to be a part of it, at least for now, until it gets so big and so exciting that we're moved on out for the real talent. So let's enjoy it while we have the opportunity and take just every advantage of this week.
Absolutely. And while we wait for Game 3, we're going to have a quick message from one of our PWBA Tour sponsors. So everyone hang tight. I'm going to play a quick 30-second piece here from our friends at Storm.
We don't wait for opportunity.
We create it. We don't work for recognition.
We do work worthy of recognition.
It's not about being perfect.
It's about effort.
We are Storm.
Big thank you to the folks from Storm. We're going to get into game number 3 here at the Bowlers Journal Classic. Let's go ahead and check out lanes 5 through 8. Folks, hang tight. Matt and I will be back in just a moment here on Bowl TV for continued coverage, wire to wire, of the 2021 PWBA Bowlers Journal Classic here on Bowl TV. All right, everybody, we are into game number 3 here. B Squad qualifying at the 2021 PWBA Bowlers Journal Classic as part of the Kickoff Classic Series. We just rolled out the results for scores after 2, so taking a quick look at that, and then we will bring in a special guest to the show. Christy Leong, after games of 269 and 214, leads the way at plus 83. Clara Guerrero, pretty steady, 224 and 234. She's at plus 58. Caitlin Johnson at plus 38. Shannon O'Keefe plus 31. Taylor Boltice and Fania Cobo at plus 29. Lindsay Boomershine at plus 22. Elise Bolton plus 21. Shodi Scherer at plus 15. And Diana Z at plus 9. Those are the players plus through 2 games here on B Squad. Some notable names under at the moment. Liz Johnson at minus 5. Maria Jose Rodriguez minus 16. Stephanie Johnson minus 28. So it'll be interesting to see how those players bounce back here after some early struggles. But for right now, we're ready to bring in a special guest. She had a pretty nice day on the lanes today for A Squad. Went 195 over to sit in second place overall, tied for second place overall. It's going to be 5-time champion Danielle McEwen. So, Danielle, we're going to bring you in. There you are. Hello. Danielle, I don't know if I heard you there. Oh, there we go. I think we got some audio now, so we're in the books. So how are you doing today? I'm afraid it's going a little bit in and out on the audio at the moment, Danielle. We may have to have you hop out for a second and jump back in. Now, Matt, I know you're muted right now, so make sure oh, there you go.
I made it back just in time for one of my favorite players, Danielle McKinnon, it looks like.
We'll see if
They're actually all my favorite players, but don't tell the others.
That's a fair point. We'll see if we can get the audio issues corrected there with Danielle. We caught a few of the words, but it seemed like it was having a little trouble getting through. So hopefully the refresh will help us hear her nice and clear. All right, take 2 with Danielle, folks.
Hello?
Hello.
Is it working?
It is working. We're hearing you. All right,
Okay,
there we go.
good.
Well, welcome to the show. Great performance earlier today, getting to plus 195. So in pretty good position, obviously, to make it to the top 12. But tell us just, being back out on the lanes for the first time here on the PWBA Tour in basically a year and a half almost. What was it like? Talk about the anticipation and the nerves kind of coming into today.
Yeah, the nerves were for sure real coming into today. I didn't really know what to expect, how it would feel getting back out on the lanes after so long. So it was a lot of really trying to convince myself that I remember how to do this in those first early games. And then the adrenaline and the just joy to be out on the lanes competing against the girls took over, and I just rolled with it from there.
All right, now, to be able to do this in a facility where you're obviously very comfortable and familiar, talk about that, walking back into the doors at the ITOC. Of course, you've been there for Team USA training camp many times, but for PWBA competition, that's a little bit different. Tell us the feelings you had walking back in, knowing that this is a PWBA event, and just what kind of memories can rush back for you.
Oh, so many. I love always bowling in this center, whether it's for training or for an event, regardless. It just feels like home. I'm so comfortable and familiar with my surroundings. So just to kind of walk in the paddock, our paddock has all of our Team USA pictures and quotes on the wall. And, I walked through this morning and kind of looked at them all and just gave myself some good memories. And I'm sure that helped with today.
Jason Thomas did point out that you're technically the PWBA defending champion at the ITRC. I believe, fact checking aside, that sounds pretty cool.
That is pretty cool. I didn't realize that.
Now, Danielle, taking a look at the scores today, we chatted with Ashley Galante, who led the squad, got you by a couple pins. You were tied with Erin McCarthy, and, just kind of looking at the scores, we kind of saw a common trend with all 3 of you, is that there just seemed to be those little hiccups throughout the course of the block where, just a 180 game, 170 game, something like that, and everything else was pretty consistent in the 220s. For you on this 39-foot pattern, was that just, potentially catching some rougher pairs, or were the moves just a little trickier out there today?
Yeah, pair to pair was definitely pretty tricky. In particular, my 2 low games were both on the same pair, so that's going to be a flex pair for me to figure out moving forward. Other than that, it was a lot of transitions in the first few games. They moved a lot, like some big moves, and then they settled in for a little bit, and then it was another big move, and then they settled in for a little bit. So if you got behind that big move, they looked impossible until you kind of made the adjustment, and then, it's clear again.
What pair was that? Just out of curiosity.
7 and 8.
7 and 8. All right. So that's a pair that we'll keep an eye on when you're striking a ton tomorrow on it. So
yes.
We'll know you made the right adjustments.
I sure hope so.
Now, Danielle, we have kind of the opportunity to kind of watch everybody here on the on our main commentary channel. We can go back and forth between some of the channels. I know Jason's working on 11 and 12 for some of the folks who are asking about that, but is there anyone particularly, all right, it looks like we're actually back up on that channel as well. So is there anyone on the squad you'd like to maybe watch and break down a little bit for us as they attack this condition?
I'm not really a big watcher unless I have some questions that I want answered. But just people that I would want to watch, I always watch Liz to see where she's playing. Same with Shannon O'Keefe. I always want to kind of see where they start, and that just how they transition and some of the things that they do kind of clears up my picture for me sometimes.
All right, we got Liz on our featured pair, so we'll stay here on 5 and 6. Liz Johnson, GOAT. That's a pretty good choice. I like that.
I've learned a lot from her, a lot from just watching her, talking with her. She's a great friend.
This is the awkward moment where Matt and I don't know who's going to talk next. So, Matt, go ahead.
Normally, I talk too much, so I'm trying to be responsible here in visiting Aaron's PWBA world. But Danielle, we've talked a lot about the situation, the policies and procedures you guys are following. We spent a lot of time talking about your exercise bike at the hotel and what's being done off the lanes. Of course, you guys bowled and you went back to the hotel. So your world might be a little bit different than some of the other folks, and we caught up for a minute yesterday. But outside of what we see here on Bowl TV, what has this trip been like so far for you, and how has what you've experienced so far maybe shaped the rest of the week?
It's been very different. Usually in a typical PWBA event, I feel like from the minute you land at whatever city you're bowling in until you leave, it's like go, go, go. You have no time to think, to do anything. And this is the complete opposite. I have more time than I know what to do with. So I'm constantly trying to strategize my time to make sure that I'm not just sitting somewhere or just doing nothing. I need to constantly have tasks and things that I need to do, which was my reasoning for sending in the bike. First of all, it took up a ton of time for me to put together on those first few off days when I was worried about having nothing to do. That took up a good chunk of time. And now I can just kind of sit on my bike whenever pop a movie in or watch a show, or if I'm doing some work, I could sit on my bike and stay active instead of sitting in a chair or on a bed doing nothing.
A lot of the other players, they have full-time jobs or other jobs. Bowling is your job. It's what you do, and you travel the world and in a various amount of capacities. So when you're not bowling, I imagine you're thinking about bowling or getting ready for bowling. But outside of that, what fills your days and your time generally? Especially, I know you had the family bowling center. That kept you busy for a while back home. But when you're on the road in general, or when you're not bowling, what is it that keeps you busy?
I'm honestly trying to make right now my life on the road pretty much mirror my life at home. My life at home is my entire day is consisted around bowling and training. I get up, I eat, I practice, I cardio, I lift, I make sure I stretch. I'm doing some sort of yoga. Same thing I'm doing here. Just because I bowled this morning, I still came back. I did a lighter version of cardio. I'm going to go and do a semi-lift with my bands at what I can do in a hotel room open and make sure I'm stretched out, prepared for tomorrow. I'm ready to go. It's an 24-hour, 24/7 job in my mind to be able to compete out here.
All right, and one gentleman who has a 24/7 job right now is Jason Thomas inside the ITRC going crazy. We're going to bring JT in real quick to say hello.
Hey, guys. This is Chuck Gardner's representative here. I just would like to ask Chuck to go in. He said I don't want to, but he told me, he told Shannon before she got to 11 and 12, this is the toughest pair in the house. You're either going to need to move a little bit right and probably shim it or jump a zone and try to just keep it in play. And so she said, no, I think I'm going to stay where I am and just move my eyes in a little bit and be more aggressive. She's got the front 7 on the toughest pair in the house.
All right, let's go there and check it out with Danielle McCune, JT. Some good insight there. We've talked a little bit about that. Nick Hoagland dropped that as a statistic that was actually the lowest scoring pair in the house for A squad overall. Danielle thought it was 7 and 8. She didn't like that pair very much, but very interesting. And I think this is the longest string of strikes we've had to start a game so far today at the Bowlers Journal Classic. All right, Jason Thomas with the report there. Thank you, JT. We got Angie, Jody, and Shannon here on 11 and 12. Danielle, that was an interesting note from Nick. He said folks really didn't like 11 and 12. What were your thoughts about what was going on that particular pair over the course of your block?
I just checked my notes actually to make sure I was right, but I only hit 11 and 12 once, and I shot 240. So I like the hard pairs, I guess. 7 to 8 in his mind is probably the easiest. So you never know.
Good stuff. Good stuff. As we wait for Shannon O'Keefe to step up here in frame number 8. It's definitely been a lot of anticipation, I'm sure. You know, we've talked about that kind of ad nauseum heading into the season, just the anticipation, getting ready for it. But, you know, for you, you were on the PWBA podcast a couple of weeks prior to the start of all this. And, you know, now that the fact that we've kind of had that month in between, the 2 months from there, you know, just kind of what was your optimism toward this event actually happening? You know, obviously we had it on the schedule. There were a lot of calls between, you know, the PWBA staff and the players. And, you know, at what point were you just, you know, kind of knew for sure, like, okay, I feel confident this is going to happen. They're going to make this work.
When I got on the plane. Nothing against PWBA. They've done a great job setting all of this up, but the world is just so crazy right now that I feel like every time you think you have something figured out, another obstacle is thrown at you. So up until the very end moments of getting ready to leave, I was like, what else could go wrong that could prevent this? Like, I don't want to think that way, but it's hard not to lately. But I'm very happy that I was able to go off. So far, it's so smooth. They put in a ton of work to make sure that it's organized and safe for all of us, and so happy that we were able to pull it off.
Absolutely. A big shout out to the PWBA staff, along with USBC and BPAA for their tireless effort to make that happen. And of course, Matt, as we go to lanes 11 and 12 with the front 7, this is what happens. So I think we're 2 for 2 on that today. So we're going to blame this.
It's not me. It's you.
We're going to blame it on JT, though, since he was the one who told us about that. So but tough break there for Shannon. Came in a little bit light. Probably could have gotten one or the other out, but starting at the 7:10 and her first open there in frame number 8.
Aaron Smith, here's the bad luck button pusher. That's what you are.
As long as
plenty more opportunities this week.
As long as I don't press the button to take everything down, that's the main one I'm trying to avoid to do again. So that's the goal. Some hiccups to start A squad there, but we've had a fun day on Bowl TV. And Danielle, you're definitely a fan favorite out there. A lot of folks in the chat excited to see you joining the show here, and just excited to see you bowling in general. You know, what's the fan support been like heading into this event?
Oh, it's been awesome as always. You know, it's been a very weird year being so disconnected from our fans. Usually we get to see them in pro-ams or events all around the country, and now the only time to really see them is over social media. So I have great followers. You know, everyone's been wishing me good luck and following along. So I've been trying to do my best job of showing them really like what we're going through and what it's really like, so that they can maybe feel like they're here.
How has the TikTok game been going so far here in the PWBA hotel situation?
Not good. Not good. I had no ideas. I was so frustrated. I've been looking and trying to come up with ideas, and I couldn't come up with one. So if anybody out there has an idea for me, send it my way.
I'll leave those up to Matt. He's the TikTok legend among us. So
I say this is a perfect opportunity to all these hours in the hotel room to just look and see what's cool, what's trending these days, and you know, work on your dance moves and whatever you can do. And people are gonna love it. They always do, and that's really cool. No matter what, Danielle, you post 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 likes, and you set the bar, even raise the bar for us now. So we're looking at your stuff to see what we should do. So when you figure it out, have it trickle down so we can all win.
moving along here towards the end of game 3. Angie Ramirez-Perea, Jody Scherer-Ellis, and Shannon O'Keefe on lanes 11 and 12. I'm Aaron Smith alongside Matt Cannizzaro, joined by 5-time PWBA Tour champion, 2-time major winner, Danielle McCune. Danielle, for the folks at home, they always like to know what bowling balls are working for the players out there. So for you, what was kind of the progression of equipment on your way to going 195 over?
Today I started with an IQ Tour game 1, and then I switched to a Rubicon when I moved in a little bit more. I balled down from that to a Trend, and I balled down from that to astrophysics, and that's how I wrapped up my block with a couple other experiments in the middle, but those were the ones that worked the best.
Danielle, as your career has progressed too, speaking of equipment, of course, the players generally started with one brand, able to throw just one, and then for you guys, that expanded now to Storm and Rotogrip, and then now potentially 900 Global coming into the mix. Does that make it easier or tougher for you to kind of lock in the arsenal? I know we talked to the ball reps about you have shapes and certain balls and things that you like, and you kind of stay in that range, or does this open things up for you to have a little bit of everything, experiment a little bit more? What's your thought process on more? Is more better or just sometimes too much?
I think when we're on tour and we have the truck and we have the ball reps who are so smart and so brilliant behind us, more is better, because there should never be a time where we don't have the answer. We'll have some ball on the truck that we can drill a certain way, and with all the tools I have in my bag, I believe together we'll figure it out. However, before coming to this event, more is not better, especially after a year off the lanes. I was very frazzled with all the it's all new equipment at this point. I think of everything that came out in 2020 as new because I haven't competed with it. So having all new equipment plus another brand of equipment, I wanted to kind of stick with what I know and what I've seen and what I believe in, and then afterwards I'll branch out to more stuff when I have more time to learn it.
They've made it easy for you in some regards. Balls like the IQ Tour and the High Road, they've been around for a decade, really. They're always a kind of a permanent part of the arsenal. Do you ever try to sneak in an old favorite, or are you more about throwing what's new and just getting comfortable with things as they come out?
I definitely like my old faithfuls. They're hard to get out of my bag. When you have those couple that you've had a lot of success with and really work well for you, they just kind of have a special place that you just trust them and you know what they're going to do. But the new stuff is so great too. So I'm constantly trying to open my eyes and give anything a new shot to be my new old faithful.
Coming into this event, being that it was the first of the year, you didn't have the truck necessarily to transport anything. Arsenal-wise, preparation-wise, how many balls did that include as you were getting ready? You really had no idea what you'd be facing when you got here. So how do you make those selections and put it all together before you head off across the country to compete?
I ended up bringing 12 balls. I just kind of built a lineup that I thought covered all my bases. No matter if they put out whatever pattern it was, however it played, I would have something that would kind of at least get me through, and then I could always drill when I got here. I have some notes on this house and tendencies of what works well, so I definitely aimed in that direction, and that's about it.
All right, D-Mac, we're wrapping up game number 3 here. Shannon O'Keefe is going to have the opportunity to shoot, get into the 260s with one more strike here. What do you think about the, as far as kind of lane strategy? Shannon's still going pretty direct. Where were you at kind of at this point in the block compared to where Shannon's at?
Game 3 is about the time that I had to start making my big move in, and I think game 3-4 was when I made my biggest transition. Her ball speed is very high, so I think she is able to get away with it, but I wouldn't be surprised if she made quite a big move coming up here. Depending on how the rest of the squad is breaking them down, you never know, but that would be my guess.
All right, excellent. She got that strike, so she is in the 260s. So for O'Keefe, after 2 games, where was she at? 431, so 213, 218, a nice jump here in game number 3. But yeah, we saw quite a few folks, closer to, almost in between 3rd and 4th arrow here to start. Typically folks seem to get a little more aggressive in B squad, it seems like, as far as kind of where they start off historically. But Shannon seems to be, as you mentioned, I think the ball speed, a big part of it too, able to keep her angles a little bit straighter and kind of kind of wait to make that big move. All right, nice 266 here from Shannon O'Keefe to wrap up game number 3. Danielle, if you'd like to stay on for another game, we'd be happy to have you. Or if you got a few other things to take care of, we could certainly let you go in preparation for tomorrow. So we'll leave it up to you.
Yeah, you kind of caught me in the middle of my workout. I just finished my cardio, so I'm gonna go wrap up the rest of it if that's cool.
All right. That sounds good. We'll Matt and I will not participate at this juncture, but we'll get it in after the block. So
I'll do extra reps for you guys.
All right, we appreciate that, Danielle. Great bowling today, and looking forward to seeing you on the ladies tomorrow. And we'll see you soon.
Thank you guys. Bye.
Thank you.
So, Aaron, I think this technology stuff is kind of double-edged for us. So, while it's so awesome to have all these players and all the insight and all the guests, and the downtime means that a lot more people are watching and listening to what we're doing and saying. So, this is an opportunity to potentially butter up some of the players who may be paying attention, or be careful. I've already gotten some messages along the way. When we said or did something. So they are very entertained and very entertaining, to say the least. So we appreciate all of them who are watching from everywhere and willing to join us and have joined us so far. It has been a lot of fun, some great interaction both on Bowl TV and offline as well. So I hope this part of it continues, because it's just really great being able to keep in touch with everyone and again, open this world to more than just the two of us talking about bowling.
Absolutely, Matt. Looking forward to it. Looks like we have another guest lined up here shortly as well. We'll save the dramatics for that for just a couple of seconds. But folks, for over 50 years, Master Industries has been recognized worldwide as the leading manufacturer of premium high-performance bowling products. So we'd like to thank them for their continued support of the PWBA Tour as a product registered company.
So I think, Aaron, too, from an interview perspective and a photo perspective, I think we should have these protocols in place all year, so the players can't get away when we want to talk to them or have them on the air, because this is fantastic. Just everybody's so available, no sightseeing or going out to eat or anything taking place. So it's a dream for us.
Very cool stuff. Game 4 underway. Maria Jose Rodriguez, Lindsay Boomershine, and Taylor Baltice. Now moving to 11 and 12. We saw Shannon O'Keefe go 266 on this pair, and for Lindsay, that stubborn 10-pin does not want to cooperate after a pretty good shot to kick off her game. We'll see Maria look for an early double up on lane 11.
So, Aaron, I'm seeing these messages come through with all the folks interested and able to come and join us. And I don't know, it's kind of humbling. We're surrounded by all sorts of greatness in their various industries and capacities. And, we're just the vehicles for letting them speak to the bowling world. So it's pretty neat. And hopefully it just, again, continues that our door keeps getting knocked on to participate because, as Tony Franklin said, it's really shaping up to be a whole lot of fun.
Yeah, it's been cool. It's a different element. Usually, we have to have extra headsets on site when the way we're normally doing it, and B, folks have to actually want to come and talk to us. So that's half the battle. Of course, many squads with many events that just have one squad versus an A and a B. Most of the competitors obviously are not sitting back unless we've gotten to a point where a cut has been made. So it's been pretty cool to get the insight from the players, hear about a little bit about the equipment that's been working, and of course getting that extra insight just from the bowling industry itself is always fun. So technology ruling it here today on Bowl TV.
And the bowling's pretty good too. It's awesome to see.
Oh yeah, there's bowling.
Some of the best and tell their stories again, and the fact that really it's been so many years now. We're back in the PWBA in 2015. So these two players right now in particular, some ups and downs in their careers and calls and things to build on, and all things that we get to talk about, and then later on talk about with them and get their perspective on it.
We do have some results after game number 3 available on PWBA.com. We're just going to roll out the lower third. You can click on as well to check things out. But for B squad, Christy Leon continues to just be smooth and steady. Games at 269, 214, and 244. She's at plus 127. Shannon O'Keefe, as we documented, had the big jump in game number 3. 266 gets her to plus 97. Clara Guerrero's been steady. 224, 234, 214 for plus 72. Fania Kobo at plus 32, so a bit of a drop after Clara. Then Elise Bolton at plus 27. Caitlin Johnson at plus 22. Taylor Boltice at plus 18. And Diana Z at plus 6. Lindsay Boomerscheid also on our feature pair, plus 4. Liz Johnson at minus 3. And a few other folks on B Squad looking to find some momentum here as we approach the halfway point.
So again, for everybody watching at home or just joining us, after our 9th game today, we'll know the top 12 headed to round robin match play tomorrow. And of course, as we wind down the 9 games, it's certainly going to be exciting stuff. But in the meantime, still a long way to go. Lots to talk about. A lot of guests have on. We'll have another one in just 1 minute. Again, you're settled in for this next game of competition from the ITRC. Aaron just gave you a rundown of the standings. And, game 4 of 9 taking place here.
And Matt, we're going to take this opportunity to bring in a special guest. This is the Bowlers Journal Classic, so it's fitting to have someone from Bowlers Journal join us here. So I'm going to step out for a few seconds, but I know you are going to be in very capable hands talking to BJI editor John Mark Manzione. So John Mark, I'm going to say hello really quick before I step out for a second. Great to see you, bud.
Hey, you guys have been doing a great job on the podcast. We'll say both of you as well.
All right, John Mark, welcome. Thank you very much for the kind words and for all the input so far and your participation here. Thanks for joining us. How are things in Florida tonight?
Things are good. Things are good down here. And we have a Florida product in Ashley Galante who did rather well earlier today, didn't she?
She did. Looking forward to getting some more thoughts from her about her performance. And again, for all the players, very motivated to come out and do well. A mixture of nerves and excitement and pressure. And then again, just the excitement and the relief of being able to bowl kind of supersede some of those nerves as well.
Yeah, how exciting was it though, Matt? I mean, you and I know Jillian Martin and what she's capable of, but I mean, what a performance, especially those first 5 games. 230, 230, 260, 230, 230, something to that effect. Leading for a couple games there. I just got off the phone with her dad, John, and he was telling me how they were talking about just how cool it was that here's this 16-year-old girl who is ahead of a Team USA Trials champion Erin McCarthy and Danielle McEwen and any number of some of the greatest bowlers on the face of the planet. And here's this 16-year-old kid on top of the pack. I have to say that was, of all the coverage I've taken in today, that was the most thrilling for me.
Well, I think in that regard, you and I look at things very similar, where we'll look at the roster for the event and immediately we see storylines. Here's what we can do. The bowling will speak for itself. There will be a winner. But how do we tell all the stories in between? And just looking up and down the list, obvious, great story there. Jillian Martin, I know, you're going to talk to her quite a bit for an upcoming issue of Bowlers Journal. The opportunities that the youth bowlers do have, in our modern game to be able to test themselves against the best in the world. And she absolutely has taken advantage of that.
Yeah.
And already proven herself on this stage, and now looking to even escalate that a little bit more and show how much progress she's had in just 2 years, which is pretty unbelievable. She performed again at Team USA Trials in the past, bowling up so that she could make Team USA.
Right.
And that's what you have to do. Put yourself in that position, and you're going to learn a lesson either way. And she is learning, and the other folks are learning as well. She is definitely capable, well ahead of her time.
Yeah, well, those are all really important values that her dad, John, appears to have instilled in her, in addition to her coach, Will Clark. He was talking about how if you want to do something extraordinary, you can't do things the way they've always been done. You can't do things the way everyone does them. You have to find your own way of doing things. And that example of her moving up in 8 divisions to make the team is an example of that. I know she's done that at Junior Gold as well. This is obviously someone who has prepared for an environment in which she's bowling against older competition. Perhaps, no environment accentuates that quite as intensely as this one, being that she's bowling among many of the greatest bowlers in the world in an actual PWBA tour stuff. But she's prepared for this. She came out and showed that today. When I talked, Matt, with her dad the other day, he told me, look, this may sound crazy, but we're here to win. Jillian isn't showing up just for the ride. I mean, she's not here just to have an experience. She's not here just to go back home and say, well, that was interesting. She's here to go back home and say, hey, here's my PWBA tour title. They're serious about it. And I don't, John, when he said that to me, her dad, he said, look, I know this sounds crazy. Honestly, to me, it does not sound crazy. I've been talking about Jillian since you guys, we had this meeting talking about storylines, and she was one of them. And I thought, she can actually do this. You know as well as I do, Matt. I mean, you've seen more of her than I have, and you've seen more of her in person certainly than I have. I mean, this girl's good. Just when I was watching her in the practice session yesterday, Matt, when you guys were showing that surprise practice session on the podcast, anytime I watch her post a shot at the line, she looked just fantastic. What a game, a powerful game for a 16-year-old competitor. So like I said, Matt, that to me is one of the prevailing storylines here, and I can't wait to see what's ahead for Jillian, for the rest of this week and in the months and years to come.
Well, and now we've seen this scenario on the guy side in the past, of course, with a Cameron Doyle and a Wesley Lowe, the opportunity to go and bowl in some of the bigger events, but without a ladies tour for so many years, perhaps this could have been the Danielle McEwen who we just talked to a minute ago,
yes.
Or some of those younger players. But what a great opportunity. And now for Jillian, maybe, again, back at the hotel, thinking about some of those miscues along the way, the hot start and then some struggles. What should go better next time? What can she do? But at this point, sweating out that cut number. She entered after the first squad 7th. So she's right there in the mix. It could be her. It could be just ahead of her. So she's going to have a long evening ahead of her waiting it out. I think pretty safe to say there's going to be a prize check and some scholarship money coming her way. But did they expand it all on some of the things that didn't quite go right?
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that, Matt, because, John, her dad, has a really different way of looking at things. I posed a question to him just as you framed it to me. I said, well, John, how did you talk her through those 160 games? She comes out averaging 240, then goes 164, 160, wrapped up the block with a 192.0. And he said, I went and got her a bottle of water, and then I went to the bathroom. Because he didn't talk to her about it. He didn't talk her through it. He said, what am I going to say as a parent? It's okay. It's not okay. And she knows that. She knows what she's here to do. I'm not going to lie to her and tell her, this is fine and go get it next time. There's nothing, he told me there's nothing he can tell her as a parent that would help her get through that. She needs to figure that out on her own, just as any bowler does. We're in charge of our own destinies out on the lanes as competitors, he told me, and Jillian knows that as well as anyone else. And she also had a kind of a positive way of looking through it. Did she make a ball change as soon as she should have? Probably not. But had she just left a few more makeable spares rather than splits in those 160 games, those might have been 190s. And how much further up the standings might she be now as a result? So it really was just a matter of a shot or two going one way or another for her. It's not as though she left the ITRC today saying, man, that 164 and that 160, gosh, I wish that could have at least been a 190. She was dwelling on how cool it was that she was lights out for the first 5 games, leading the pack as a 16-year-old, and that's what she took away from today. And I think that's what distinguishes a great athlete from an average one, Matt, is the ability to take punches and roll with them rather than dwell on them and let them linger into your next qualifying block.
I think from all the supporters, we know that we're going to hear a lot from Jillian in the near future and beyond. And in talking to her dad yesterday, he knows his role now. He knows where he stands as far as her bowling world, and that she has the resources to do what she needs to do. And as you said, he went to get a bottle of water and stayed out of the way. She is beyond what he can offer in that regard, and it's a dynamic that works. And she'll progress. She'll learn from her situation, and no doubt she'll have some additional thoughts after all of this shakes out tonight, and we see the end of these 9 games. Taking a look at what's happening in front of us now, some strings of strikes. It looks like they're working on lane 11 there to slow Maria Jose Rodriguez down a little bit. But how much of the bowling have you had a chance to watch today? I know you're thinking. Again, a lot about the stories that can come from this, both for Bowlers Journal online and upcoming magazines. But From what you've seen so far, how about some first impressions about this event and the players in the field?
Well, Matt, I think it's a minor miracle that the event was even made possible. And it was made possible by things that I look forward to exploring for the March issue. All of the logistical complexities that had to be considered and addressed and overcome in order to make this event happen against the odds of a 100-year pandemic that compromised the ability of the PWBA to even put a season on last year. I felt a rush when it just occurred to me in this way that this morning, this was the first qualifying block that PWBA Tour has had since 2019. And how great that was for the players. Another thing I took away from what I saw yesterday was Tennille getting so emotional just about the fact that everyone tested a negative, and the collective sigh of relief that everyone felt. I can tell you, I heard from Sydney Brummett about all the anxiety that accompanied getting tested before she got on a plane from Wichita to DFW to build this event, because she's thinking to herself, Matt, I've spent months in almost anguished anticipation of this event. I've spent months training my butt off, practicing to the extent that it's possible in these weird circumstances. And now I have to get tested. And what if, God forbid, it's positive? I can't even go. And, those are the thoughts that were on her mind. I mean, there was a lot of anxiety and a lot of nervousness associated with those tests. And for the tests to turn out the way they did, for this event to get kicked off as seamlessly as it has against the odds. For these players to be obviously as committed as they are to following the procedures and protocols in place, because like you said, Matt, they are filled with gratitude about having something to bowl for after a lost season in 2020 that was lost for reasons that were beyond anyone's control. You can feel it. That gratitude is palpable just as I'm watching from a distance on the other side of a screen, Matt. You can see it in their body language. You can see it in their faces. You can hear it in their voices when you talk to them. They are thrilled to be out here. I'm thrilled for them. And frankly, selfishly, as an editor and / bowling writer, Matt, I'm thrilled to have some competition to write about, man. How long has it been, right?
Well, I totally agree. And then we're here to tell those stories in various ways. And now as things transition a little bit away from those COVID tests and we're to competition, I think some of that friendliness and appreciation now is going to turn into some of that fire and competitiveness.
Yes.
And we're going to see it. They're shaking the rust off and the nerves, and whether they admit it or not, there's excitement, there's nerves just about being back out there and wanting to succeed. And now as we progress through this 9-game block and through the week, we're going to see some of that come back, and it's not going to feel like a year has passed, and it hasn't.
Agreed.
Felt that way all day. But now we're looking at, again, right now, 3 players here on our featured pair with great storylines and more Florida ties even. Taylor Boltheis from Florida, and Lindsey Boomerstein had some success in Florida during her PWBA career. And she's had some close calls. So for Lindsey to come out and have a great start here in 2021 will be one step closer to, overcoming some of those miscues that have kept her from the winner's circle on the PWBA Tour. And for Taylor,
I'm just looking forward to seeing Lindsey make a show again, Matt, because I want to see her overcome those TV jitters that she battled on some of those shows, and you can see it. She was trying desperately to find a way to settle herself down on some of those shows and just couldn't do it. I can't wait to see her make another show and see if she's figured it out.
Well, our players are stringing some strikes here, so we picked the right pair for Aaron to leave us on. Again, Lindsey, as you mentioned, some TV miscues. There's a spare miscue for Taylor. And then, of course, Maria Jose Rodriguez had a great 2019 across the board, and now looking to continue that momentum here. She's working on 280 here on our featured pair. So everybody's seeming more comfortable. We had Nathan Moore come on earlier to tell us how Maria was starting out and some of her struggles. And it was all execution, whether it was, again, it was the nerves, admit it or not, or just moved back in the competition feel of it. Certainly, she's back to her old ways here on lanes 11 and 12.
Well, how much fun has it been to watch her over the years, Matt, from her days at University of Maryland Eastern Shore to, doing what she did at the Queens and seeing her now? What a dynamite game. Few players, in my opinion, post a shot with as much conviction as she does. A beautiful release. She, to my mind, remains one of the more dynamic players on the PWBA tour.
The growth and development, absolutely, and the confidence, for sure. And then in my world, also, the amount of time I get to spend with the players off the lane when we travel internationally. We spent some time in Colombia at one of the events, and there was plenty of off time on the bus where we got to hang out with the local team. In that regard, of course, Maria and her teammates being able to show us around and even help us order dinner. I mean, these are
cool.
You get to meet these players in a personal way, which is great, and see the personalities. It's not just, and it makes everything on the lane so much easier for us and so much more comfortable when it's time to talk, and we're able to find those stories and things that just aren't there in this sense where you're just writing about something that happened on the lane. So getting to know all of them in that way, and Maria specifically, incredibly helpful in that trip. We would have starved if it wasn't for her, but personality and sense of humor, all of that's so much fun. All of the players, really, just a joy to be around. Now, I'm still scared of them at times when they're just so fierce on the lane, especially if things don't go well. But it's such a well-rounded relationship that we're able to have, and to be able to share in the successes and unfortunately sometimes in the defeats as well.
Yeah, and just generally, Matt, what you're saying to me makes me think about what a dynamic collection of individual personalities we have on today's PWBA tour. Diana Zaviolova and Maria is certainly one of them, and Shannon and Stephanie. Even like a Danielle, in her own quiet way, has a charisma about her. Just from one bowler to the next, it's such a different character that you experience, and that makes it fun to write about them too, because it's never the same story from one bowler to the next. It's a collection of individual approaches to life that make for such colorful stories at times, and I'm grateful that that's the kind of range of personalities we get to enjoy on this incarnation of the PWBA tour.
Well, great performance there from Maria, 279 here in our featured pair. Taylor Both Eyes, 224. And now Lindsay Boomershine finishing things off. And again, just being kind of the beat writer for the tour, for Team USA, it's a totally different world than just going to cover an event. And I hope we continue to take advantage of those opportunities and just seeing things from a totally different perspective, almost like it reminds you of the movie. I know you're a music guy, but Almost Famous, spending time
one of my favorite movies
with the band and just seeing from the inside and then being able to tell more than just what happens in the step ladder final. So hopefully through these conversations and through some of the new partnerships and resources, we can continue to do that. It's been a lot of fun so far, and no doubt will continue to be.
What do you make of the scoring pace so far, Matt? One of the things that I have found interesting is some bowlers who seem lights out for a few games seem to run into a wall and they'll go like 250, 180. I don't necessarily see any real monster blocks put together yet. What are your impressions so far of the scoring pace we're seeing?
Well, we heard some great insight from Nick Hoagland, who helps design the oil patterns. And then, of course, from the players who spend time at ITRC, just with how the lanes are used and how it plays from pair to pair and lane to lane, that's a big part of what we're seeing. And all part of the design of the oil patterns as well. So going in, but you can expect to see kind of that little bit of a roller coaster just as they move through the house. And even as they move through the block, scores a little bit higher at first. Nick predicted that there would be kind of a fall off of the scores as we got to game 5, 6, and 7 and later the block, and then kind of go back up again. Just all part of the transition and how they play them. And, what did B Squad learn from watching A Squad? How did they attack them differently to be able to maybe minimize some of the changes that we saw earlier in the day? But I think we expected some big scores, and we're definitely seeing that. but the wild card was how things transition and how the venue itself plays into it. Things get a little bit tricky with the oil. It's two different kinds of oil. So I think in general, since the introduction of the ice oil, it tends to play a little bit slicker and has changed the sport game just a little bit too, and how things operate. But as the day and the week go on, I think players will get more comfortable with what they're seeing. They'll take great notes, as Shannon O'Keefe said. The ball reps will do the same, and perhaps some of those variances will be minimized as we go through.
Yeah. How much of an asset, and this is something I'm looking forward to talking about with the Team USA players in the field. Matt, in your opinion, how much of an asset do you think it is for these Team USA players like a Brianna Cote, like a Shannon O'Keefe, a Stephanie and Erin McCarthy, a Sydney Brummett, who have bowled those training camps at the ITRC? I wonder, to what extent can the ITRC become so familiar to them through those training camp experiences that in a setting like this, it almost feels as though they're bowling on their home turf?
Well, just like any bowling center that you spend time at or go to frequently, you're going to take those notes. Shannon talked for a little bit about journaling, how important that is. I know from traveling with the team, Danielle McEwen, always taking notes as well, especially when you know you're going to see a place again in the future. For example, it's good to have that information. And now for being on Team USA for 17 years, Shannon and Stephanie have a lot of information that they have together with the time they spent at the ITRC. So they have an initial advantage, of course, from what they've seen at this facility, and just like you'd have at your home center if an event came there. So I think that's very, very important. And as the week goes on, all the other players will see those things as well. So it'll even out a little bit there, but certainly very important because it's just how bowling works with topography and just the way things are. You have to have that information. It helps make those decisions so much, or guesses even, so much quicker.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And in fact, in a recent issue of Bowler's Journal, we profile players to watch. I think it's actually the current issue, players to watch in 2021. And one of the most committed note takers among the four we talked with, John Nunn, Valerie Bursar, Kyle Troop. John Nunn, the junior gold champion, is the most avowed note taker, and he swears by it, even at his age, which I believe is 16 now. When he's practicing back home, he's constantly taking notes. He brings his notepad with him to junior gold. He told me that's going to be part of his process this year. In practice, he's going to be taking meticulous notes, comparing them against notes he's taken about his game, his ball motion, etc., and have a highly informed game plan because he did what you just said, Matt, journaling constantly. That certainly, increasingly, as the years go by, seems to be a recipe for success for younger players that are coming up. Maybe few of them get to the excessive extent that Walter Ray does, where he basically writes a journal about every shot he throws and posts it online. That certainly seems to be an important recipe for success these days. I mean, it's really become a thinking person's sport, maybe more so than ever before, with all the equipment choices, with the array of patterns available. Journaling is definitely becoming a popular trend among the most successful participants in our sport these days.
Well, and it's more than, as you noted, just more than just writing down what happened on a certain lane or at a certain place, but it's about your personal tendencies and what you did in a certain situation, and what moves you made and why, and what you did at a certain time and pattern. So there's so much to it, and that's all very important. And you mentioned recipes, and that always makes me think of our next guest who we have waiting to come and join us, Valerie Bursar. You mentioned her as one of those journalers as well. We're going to first bring Aaron Smith back in, and then we're going to figure out how to use this overwhelming technology to have all of us add some value to this, or have one or two of us step aside and continue this great conversation. Aaron Smith, welcome back.
Thank you, Matt. It was fun listening to you and John Mark, and Valerie is waiting, so we can all stay on here and have this chat if you like. Or Matt, if you want to step out for a quick second. John Mark, I'm not sure your schedule. If you want to stick around and ask Val a few questions as well.
Sure, that'd be fine.
Let's party. Let's do this. First, we'll point out we're now watching Game 5 of 9. We'll have the updated standings here in just a minute, so we don't want to forget about the bowling part. And we saw some great scores. Maria Jose Rodriguez 279 on our feature play just a moment ago, and so we'll have that part of it, and of course more great insight and conversation. I'm just gonna sit back and listen because now I am the least smart person on this broadcast. So everybody has something to add, some sort of value, and I'm going to take notes. How about that? I'm going to take my own advice. I'm going to journal the rest of this conversation because I am going to learn something about a lot of things here from the three of you.
All right, Matt. Nicely done there. We're going to bring in Valerie. Hi, Val. I think your mic might be muted.
I am unmuted now.
Excellent. Well, welcome to the broadcast. I know you had some fun today on the lanes earlier, so give us a quick recap. You're arguably someone who could be on the bubble for the top 12, so give us a rundown of the day and just how happy you were with your score.
Yeah, I really hope that I find a way to squeeze it in. I'll just stay with that point, but overall, I thought I went pretty well. I was pretty consistent, and I was actually telling Dasha earlier when we were talking about the background over here. We were talking about how it went and what kind of looks I saw that were like the reaction, areas of the lane and stuff like that. And I think also what really helped me kind of get to where I got to was I got lucky with my 10th frames. I ended on a lane where maybe I was going like strike, 9 spare kind of a thing. And I was able to end on the lane that I actually knew what I was doing, and ended up like striking out. So quite a few games actually. And then there were a couple games where I was like, I just really wanted that hit in the 10th. And, didn't get there, or I'd go like strike. What did I leave? A 3, 4, 10, and I made it. I was just hoping to get 2. But yeah, so it was, and then I don't know what to blame other than the courtesy. Well, other than myself, but when the courtesy gets messed up, I tend to just like want to go and be like, fine, I'll go, as opposed to being like, no, you go. So I just want to go. And then I rushed a couple 7-pins and completely whiffed them. And I was like, okay, and so I make notes to myself, like, what did I say? Like, wait, just like slow down kind of a thing. And then I missed a 10-pin because I was like, I actually waited, but then I didn't because nobody was going. So I went and I missed a 10. So if I can take anything to learn from it, it's just be patient with myself and just, it's okay not like to take an extra couple seconds instead of just rushing a shot. It is challenging with 3 people because it goes fast, like it seems like you're always up, and then with the double jump courtesy, I have to get prepared to go to my shot. It was Missy that I was after, but I'd have to get prepared to go to my shot because she was, I was going to be up again on the other lane, kind of a thing. So it was hard. I just rambled for like a really long time, but that's my recap.
Well, we appreciate it. And, what was, obviously the anticipation for this week, great for all the players out there. Great. It was tense for us too, leading up into it. But, obviously the great news of everyone having a negative test within the environment, being able to get out there, bowl, practice, and now competition. Can you believe it's all actually here?
I can't. I feel like it came up really fast, but we were also waiting for it. And I was also thinking, is there a chance that we're going to cancel it? I was praying so hard that I had a negative test because what I've seen is people can have positive tests and not have any symptoms or anything. So I was just hoping that we all did. And then when we got here, that it was all safe. Thankfully, Dasha and I were able to drive, so we didn't have airports or anything to go through, like really minimized contact with people when we got here, and we have been doing the same since we came here.
I believe we have some scores available after game number 4. We're going to run through those real quick, then I'm going to throw it to you, John Mark. So taking a look at B squad. Once again, Valerie sitting at plus 134 in fourth place overall for A squad. Shannon O'Keefe moves into the top spot at plus 121. Christy Leong plus 117. Clara Guerrero plus 57, so a bit of a drop off at that point, about 60 pins. Maria Jose Rodriguez, she just had the big 279. She's at plus 54. Angie Ramirez Perea plus 45. Taylor Boltice plus 42. Fania Cobo plus 38. Diana Z plus 32. Elise Bolton plus 15. Liz Johnson plus 9. And Lindsay Boomershine plus 7. So those are the players right now on B squad through 4 who are plus. John Mark, take it away.
Valerie, I only know this because I interviewed you for Bowler's Journal about a month ago for the story we have about you in the January issue. And at that time, you were planning a trip to Florida, right? Which, for better or worse, has been kind of the Wild West with regard to COVID precautions. And so there are more centers open down here than there are most other places in the country, which gave you an opportunity to practice without having to wonder who's open and who's not. What can you tell us about how your trip to Florida went? I know that wasn't the only objective you had in coming down here. You also wanted to chill out on some beautiful beaches in the best time of year to be down here. But what can you tell us about how the Florida trip went, bowling-wise and otherwise?
So the story that I've been telling everybody is we walk into the bowling center and we know the owner down there, and John and I walk in with my husband. We walk in with masks and sunglasses on, and they didn't recognize us because you can't tell who you are, right? And nobody else is wearing masks at all. And he goes, "What are you doing? Are you here to rob the place?" And I was like, nope, just wearing my mask, And so we ended up just not wearing, because there was like I think it was just John and I on a pair. So there were 2 people. So we ended up being able to take down our masks and just kind of live our lives that way. But like you said, it's the Wild West out there. And I just think about, how different it is. They're not really taking a ton of precautions. And then in Canada, like in Ontario, where I grew up, they were completely locked down, stay at home again. And their cases are still rising. So it's mind blowing to me.
Yeah. Were you able to do anything prep-wise while in Florida, given the access to lanes to practice on that you think might have helped gear you up for the performance you had today?
I was thankfully, at one of the other bowling centers. Well, Chris Keene in Florida, Lehigh Lanes. I was like, which one is it? Lehigh Lanes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he put out a pattern right after we bowled that tournament. He put out a pattern, and we just practiced for at least a couple hours after that. And then I subbed in league, I think twice with John. So it was good little competitive practice first and also kind of training practice while I was there. Yeah. So I was so thankful that I was able to do it. And then thankfully, even in Michigan, right after we got back or right before we left, I think Michigan had opened up for like recreational bowling or something, leagues, organized sports wasn't a thing, but you could actually go and open bowl. So, the owner of the bowling center in our area was able to open or let us, practice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you balancing your business with your bowling this week? Is this sort of a dress rehearsal for what that might be like later in the season when we have more tour stops?
It is a good dress rehearsal because it's been a little challenging, not gonna lie, to fit in what feels like it's a full-time job for me, in between the practice sessions. And, thankfully we really don't have to go out and get lunch, right? So we just go downstairs, grab our lunch, bring it back up. So I don't necessarily have to worry about that. So that's saved me a lot of time. And then I'm so thankful. So if you're listening, you're one of my clients, I'm so thankful for you for being flexible, and because we didn't really know what times we were going to be able to practice until just a couple of days ago. So I had to rearrange calls, and then we were able to do that optional practice. So I had to rearrange calls also at that time. And my clients have just been incredibly flexible.
Yeah, that's cool. Go ahead, Aaron.
Oh, I was going to say, speaking of one of your clients, I see Jason Thomas eagerly awaiting a chance to step in here for a second. So I'm going to step out, bring JT in.
Yeah, I am one of your clients, and I promise I won't set an appointment with you this week. Okay.
You're actually in my calendar for I think it was yesterday, and I was like, I think we're good.
Yeah. You can just come over and yeah. You look skinny. You're good.
No, you're good. I see you eating a couple bananas, and I'm like, good job.
I need a little extra sugar this week. I'm not getting as much sleep as normal.
Oh my gosh, but you're also running around like crazy. A great job with this.
Yeah. So yeah, if anybody wants to lose some weight and look the best of their life, you're going to want to check Valerie's website out, and she can give it out on the air. But she's changed my life, and we've done a couple shows on Bowling Explained to talk about it, and I can't. It's so simple and so awesome, and really, I mean, I thanked her on the show, and she's really changed my life, for the better. So, in addition to being a great bowler, who looks like she'll probably make match play tomorrow, she's also, got. Even if she doesn't, she's still making bank doing all this other work on the side. So.
I appreciate that, Jason. I have to share my reaction to you when I saw you for the first time. I was really like, whoa, holy cow. Because all I see is from, actually, you've got a lead on the camera that you're at right now, but typically it's just shoulders up, so I could see your face shrinking. But holy cow, you look healthy.
Yeah, it was the first time a woman in probably 25 years looked at me and said, "Wow, you look good."
And that's my job. My job to have to do that.
Well, thank you for giving me that moment.
Absolutely.
I'll let you guys get back to real stuff, but yeah, thanks for letting me talk.
Thank you.
Look out, ladies. Here comes Jason Thomas, huh?
And here comes Angie Ramirez as well. And we talked about the left side and how it might develop over the day. And now we've got something else to talk about here too.
Yeah, she's starting off with the front six here. Shannon O'Keefe is continuing her torrid pace after taking over the lead, spare in the first and 4 in a row after that. Valerie, you mentioned making the drive from Michigan here, and I know your roommate and travel partner this week is Dasha Kovalova. So for the folks at home, we know how fun Dasha is just in interviews and being on Bowl TV. What's it like traveling with her as well?
It's been so great.
Better say good stuff about me.
Like, you better
right here.
Yeah, there's no way I could ever lie anyway. She's so funny. And no, it's been so great. We listen to a lot of the same music. Of course, we listen to like different. We have our other music that we kind of listen to that isn't the same, but so we found great music to listen to. We listened to an audiobook. That was, I think it was 8 hours total because we were just obsessed with listening to it. I feel like we kind of stopped our drive and we couldn't wait to get to drive again the next day to finish listening to it. It's called Untamed by Glennon Doyle. Really, really good. And then rooming, we worked out together. I think it was a couple days ago, just because yesterday I don't think we needed to work out. We bowled and yeah. And then yeah, no, it's been good. I'm so thankful that she's okay with listening to some of my talk. Like I have earphones in, but she gets to hear me talk practically the whole time. So I'm just so thankful. Yeah, that she thinks that, I think you're happy that we're rooming together, that, we don't have to be alone.
Yeah.
Yeah, certainly a unique environment inside this week. And yeah, you guys shared some of the workout videos with us for a little thing we're putting together as well for a daily vlog from the Kickoff Classic Series. So, obviously in the hotel rooms, much different than the gym. What are some of the things, you've been able to kind of use with inside the hotel room to kind of help you in those workouts?
I brought my foam roller, which I'm in desperate need to roll out my back and my glutes and my legs tonight from bowling the 9 games. And I have a jump rope. I brought some kind of like, I guess they're called like booty bands. You put them around your thighs. I think a lot of the videos that some of the other pros were filming had those in them. And then what else? I think there was water jugs. Yeah, we were using those. We didn't actually bring up any bowling balls to use, but those are great props to use. And so we just kind of did like a circuit where we did some legs and then stretched out. And then Dasha's actually got like a stim unit thing, and then like a massager. And yeah, we come prepared.
All right, I'm going to throw it up to Matt there because he's been awfully quiet there. But I know you guys have been working on a few things as well. We saw JT come in. Matt, I know you've been involved a little bit with Valerie's work as well. So tell us a little bit about that.
Well, I got to a place in my personal journey and needed some additional advice in a new direction. And we've actually talked every Wednesday evening since about November. So Valerie, I don't know if this counts or not, but we can count it if you'd like as our official appointment. But certainly has been very beneficial in reaching some additional goals and in learning more kind of about what it means to be an athlete out there. We've traveled. I believe you had that same foam roller with you in Peru as well. So the things that you teach, you also practice and you utilize the same tools and the same foods and it's the same workouts that you teach others to both prove that they are effective and to keep us all motivated and such along the way. So all of that is much appreciated. I know we talked about this particular situation kind of being the true test. Once we get back to real life, we're on the road. How do we transition from good habits at home to all of those things in our travels, at the hotel, during an 18-hour live stream day? How do you fit in the right amount of meals and exercise and things? And you're proving that in the hotel room. All the players are with all the little tools that fit into a bag that you can take with you to. You don't need a huge gym to be able to be successful in that regard. And food-wise, I do have some right here next to me ready to go. So, you get on the schedule, you learn the responsibility, and it fits into your life. You don't have to build your life around what you do. So it's all part of a process, and we're just one step closer now, and I appreciate it. And from looking at the bowling community and the online group, and with Jason's help through his show, certainly, hopefully things are going well for you in that regard. And I know everybody's grateful.
Yeah, you said it really, really well. It just kind of takes planning, a little bit of planning, a little prep, a little just planning ahead of time, just having that intention, like you said, bringing your exercise stuff ahead of time and having we call them fuelings, but fuel in general. It doesn't have to be our fuelings, but just coming prepared to fuel your body. So I want to share this really quickly because I got the Whoop strap, courtesy of Heather Dorico. She was using it for her and her athletes that she coaches. And so I was like preparing for the tour in 2020. I was like, I'm going to get that. I'm going to see what my recovery is like. I'm going to see what my workouts look like. I want to see what bowling, all of these games does to my body. And as soon as I was done bowling, Whoop, it's WHOOP, and there's an app and everything. It actually came up activity detected from, 9:46 a.m. to 2:26 p.m. And typically it doesn't even detect walks for me, okay? But it detected bowling, and the strain was out of like 21, it was 13.8. So it's like on a typical day, guys, like yesterday was 9.8 because we bowled practice session, 10.5 the day before, and 5.7 the day before. So like 13.8 just with bowling. It is a lot of work. I don't know. I mean, I feel like a lot of the subscribers to Bowl TV are competitive bowlers, or at least like they know that bowling is a lot more strenuous. But man, tell your friend that it's a lot on the body.
See,
Get
for
the
those
word
who
out.
say bowling isn't a sport, it absolutely is. And I'll tell you what, even watching bowling and live streaming it for 18 games a day, it takes its toll. So all that you've taught certainly has helped and will help as we move forward into a very busy 2021. So thank you again. And speaking of hard work, check out Angie Ramirez here.
Ninth frame. She's working on the front 8 here. This is awesome.
Here we go.
It's going to need some help.
Cross carry.
What did you do? Aaron Smith, you did this again.
I said nothing. This was all you, Matt. You're the one. I take no blame in this one.
Yeah. Makes it. She's still got a great game. Absolutely.
So which among us is surprised that Shannon was the first person from this squad to break into the top 6? Right. Yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah. Yeah, probably the least surprising thing that's happened all day.
Yeah, I love her outfit. I think she looks, pink is my favorite color, so I'm a big fan.
She is fiery right now too. I mean, every strike she throws, she is pouring everything she's got into every one of these shots. I mean, she came determined today, man. She looks really good out there.
Funny story about the jersey selection. This is a new jersey for her this season, but apparently she's calling a rookie this season on tour, Taylor Bailey, who was with her at McHenry. And apparently she's laid out all the new jerseys and said, Taylor, you get to pick the jersey for each day. So Taylor picked this pink ensemble, which Shannon says was, a little different, but she said it was super cute though. So, so she was ready to wear that, but it's been impressive. And it seems like, compared to kind of what we saw during your block, Valerie, she is still keeping her angles pretty much in front of her, not really opening up too much, using that ball speed to take advantage on this 39-foot pattern.
Yeah, she does that really well, probably better than anybody. So it makes, although I think I caught Maria on the side there. She's got her ankles a little bit open, but absolutely. I mean, Shannon is so good at keeping it in front of her. And I think that's what generates, her rev rate's high, ball speed's high. So she just, like what she just tripped, a couple seconds ago, that's not easy to do.
Yeah.
Well, and speaking of ensembles, just for the record, I let Aaron pick out what we were going to wear today. And I think we're rocking it too. And Aaron, you're in charge the rest of the week.
Nicely done.
It's a lot of pressure.
What you should have worn, Matt, was a Bruce Springsteen shirt.
You guys look dashing.
Thank you so much. I'm going to see if I can find one on Amazon Prime while we're waiting.
So Angie, after the miscue there in frame number 9, still can get to 248 with this 7-pin conversion. She was at plus 45, so going to put herself in a nice position here with half of the block over. Going to be right around that plus 100 mark. But yeah, Shannon O'Keefe, chance to shoot 260 once again. This is so far very reminiscent of what we saw from her in 2019. 2019, a pretty good year for you too, Valerie, coming out on tour, winning Rookie of the Year. What were some of the, I know you, when you kind of came into the tour that year, you were going to bowl a few stops and then kind of see how it went from there. For you, and I know we talked about this a little bit in this during the season, but for you, when was kind of that tipping point to know, hey, I know I'm a good player, but now I know I'm good enough to compete out here on the PWBA tour?
Yeah, it was after I decided on the first 4 because that was in the Midwest and that was my husband's territory. So he was able to come out and stand behind me, which is really, really, really helpful. It's hard not having him here right now, but I've learned a lot. Thankfully, he's taken a lot of time to work with me and really help me understand my ball reaction. And of course, he's in the design of the bowling ball, so he understands them better than a lot of people. So long story short, after that, I was like, wow, I made a couple top 12s. I made a couple match plays, and maybe I actually made some money. So I was like, hey, I can fund the rest of the tour because that was a big thing for me. Was I really needed to make sure that it wasn't going to be like a hole. I didn't want to dig myself into a hole and, commit to the tour and not, do well. So I think I had bought my card though prior to those events. So I think in the back of my mind, now that I'm talking about it again, probably for the 8th time, I had like underneath, I was like, I'm gonna buy my card because I have a shot at Rookie of the Year. So let me just see how I do, and then if it all works out, if it all aligns, because I think the 4th or 5th tournament was actually Queens, and that conflicts with team trials and for Canada, Team Canada. So I think that was also a deciding factor of whether it was going to bowl Queens. Was the first 3, and then do I go both Queens or my team trials? And I decided to bowl Queens and the rest of the events.
John Mark, I'll throw it to you down there.
Yeah, I'm just amazed at what we're seeing out of Shannon O'Keefe. I mean, not surprised at all, but I mean, she's trying to wrap up. Here I go, jinxing someone again. But
I was going to say, whoa. That's a 2-pin. Anybody else, that would be a 2-8-10.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. It was funny in the promo, little like 2-minute promo clip that Aaron, you did with Jason Thomas. One of the storylines he talked about was, can someone unseat Shannon O'Keefe as Player of the Year? I would say thus far the answer is a resounding no. It certainly doesn't look like she's going to relinquish that title easily.
Yeah, it's hard to argue with the season Shannon put together in 2019. We've talked about it a lot over the course of the year. She won Player of the Year, and it was kind of bittersweet in 2018. And, a new mental, just a mental mindset heading into the season kind of allowed her to compete the way she wanted to compete. And pretty much it's been history ever since. After 5 wins, 11-2 on TV last year, which is one of the craziest stats, I think, from that season.
Absolutely.
The fact of how successful she was in those stepladder finals across the board. It certainly seems here in the early going, she has no intentions of holding up or letting anyone else take that spot. But I know Valerie, her roommate, and a few other folks are definitely excited at the opportunity to do so.
Yeah, well, the cover subject of the February issue is going to be Amanda Vermiglia, and the story will be about the amazing comeback that she's poised to make the season from an array of debilitating health challenges. A brain tumor, a spinal disorder that she had to have fixed through a surgery that turned out to be painful. The rehab turned out to be painful. She's scoliosis, just an incredible array of challenges that have been thrown her way. But she's also a very, very, very good friend of Shannon O'Keefe's. In fact, Shannon O'Keefe was watching PJ when PJ was a baby, when they all lived in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And one question I asked Shannon is while Amanda's making this comeback, if you find yourself bowling Amanda on the TV show, what's that going to be like for you? And she said, well, I'm not going to just lay down for her. So, yeah, there's all this good feeling and stuff. But, man, when it comes down to it, you're going to have to beat Shannon O'Keefe to earn it, and she ain't going to give it to you, And I think that's the fire we're seeing out of Shannon O'Keefe so far today.
All right, we're wrapping up game number 6 here across the house at the ITRC, moving into game number 7 shortly. Well, we'll just throw this out there. If anyone has to, you guys are more than welcome to stay on a little bit longer. Or if anyone has to head out, we will certainly accommodate. So, Valerie, John, Mark.
I will go ahead and take you up on that and check out. Sounds like we've got chaos mixed with dinner going on the other side of this wall with 2 small kids in the house, and mom is alone with them. So I'm going to try to pitch in there for a little bit. Valerie, wonderful talking with you again. Thank you so much for making time for Bowler's Journal for that January story. I really appreciate that.
Likewise. Thank you so much for doing it and for
all right, absolutely.
Me. Take care.
All right,
thanks,
take care, guys. All right,
GM.
All right, Val, you still good for a little bit?
Yeah, I got 15 more minutes.
15 more minutes. All right.
If you want to keep me that long, please feel free to kick me off whenever you want to or need to.
No, we're good. Let's go into game 7. Valerie, we're gonna let you choose who we watch on the screen while we're talking to you next. So, from the competitors on B Squad, who would you like to watch a little bit more of?
Good pressure.
I know, right?
Let me just refresh the scores then. I like Shannon O'Keefe, and then Christy's doing really well, and Maria. Maybe Maria. Let's go watch her.
Maria. All right. Let's
Yeah,
see
and
where-
then I think you can probably catch, Shannon O'Keefe on one side of her.
All right. Looks like Maria's going to be on 1 and 2. All right. Let's go there.
Oh yeah, there you go. And then Shannon O'Keefe's on 3 and 4. So, because I know a lot of the fans probably. Well, I guess they have their choice too, though. That whoever they get to go and choose the pair that they want to watch.
Yeah, but only right here can they hear all of this this expert analysis as it's all happening.
Touche. Oh yeah, look at that. We've got 1, 2, 3, and 4. Cool. Yeah, that was really funny yesterday. My husband was watching on Bowl TV, and so he had texted me, and I pulled out my phone, and I was texting that I'm watching you text me. And I was
Yes,
like,
and you waved. I do remember that.
oh, that's so funny. Yeah, so cute. It's pretty. I'm so thankful that you guys do this because it really makes other viewers and the people that are at home or maybe not at either way, it makes us feel like we're right there with them.
Yeah, it's definitely been fun today. We've gotten to check in with a lot of players, the ball reps, and a few folks like John Mark, who part of the bowling industry as well, getting their insight. Obviously, a lot of excitement for the return of the PWBA after the cancellation in 2020. And yeah, it's been I'm not gonna lie, it's been a long day. I'm not eating properly right now to keep myself going, so I have to work on that a little bit better. But I got Matt, I got Valerie. I could talk to JT about that as well. So I gotta get the fueling going right for these long days. I gotta get back to that. But it's been awesome. The support on the Bowl TV chat has been great. We definitely appreciate everyone who's been tuning in. You've been able to watch for free for qualifying and match play throughout the course of the week with the Bowl TV login, stepladder finals, which Valerie hopes to be a part of 1 or 2, I'm sure. You do have to get a subscription, folks. You can click the Join Bowl TV to take care of that when you're all said and done here as we wait for our next group of competitors. We got Maria, we got Shannon O'Keefe, and we got Valerie. So it's going to be a good time.
The key, Aaron, is just to fuel every 2 to 3 hours with something small, preferably with protein, vitamins and minerals. I know it's probably actually really hard if you are on camera, though, to sneak in some snacks, but here I am. I got a hot chocolate fueling right now.
I like that. I like that.
This is definitely a whole new world being on camera. If we were behind the camera, we used to get away with all kinds of stuff. But it was only people in the bowling center who were judging us at that point. But now you got to have your game face on, the entire time.
Yeah, you're not going to be, ordering some BK and stuff in your face.
Yeah, it's been limited so far. Grapes and a peanut butter sandwich so far today. So I'm not sure where that ranks on the list, but I got some more saved up. So I'll have to sneak away at some point here. And it looks like JT wants to sneak into the broadcast, so we'll bring him in.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk about weight loss programs or anything on this report, but it seems like the prediction from earlier today was that this squad was possibly going to score a little better than A squad, and it certainly doesn't seem to be turning out to be the case. Other than a few players really hitting them, I personally think Valerie's number's pretty safe, and I think Jillian has a good chance here of making it into tomorrow at plus 119. So I really feel like the scores aren't as high as we thought they would be here on B Squad.
Why do you think that is?
That's a good question. And it doesn't seem like the ball reps have the answer. I've been sitting kind of in earshot, and they're all trying to figure it out. But they always have theories as to why things happen the way they happen. But they just can't figure this one out. I think personally, a lot of it has to do with pair to pair. I think you can get lined up on one pair and then go to the next, and it turns into a train wreck, and you just can't string together 4 or 5 good games to get that number that you need. And the carry here is also very, very difficult. You alluded to it when Shannon O'Keefe tripped that 7-pin out on that kind of light pocket hit. But if you get the ball going through the pins the wrong way here, you can leave a lot of corner pins, a lot of 7-10s. I know I personally have just started bowling here again, and if I get going the wrong way with the way my ball's going through the pins, and obviously I'm bowling on a lot easier pattern than you guys are here today, it can punish you with a lot of corner pins. So I really think that's what's going on.
Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. Just because I left probably way more 7-pins today than I ever do. I should look at my statistics. Thankfully, I didn't leave split wrap 10, which is really frustrating. Just because, I mean, there's such great shots, and you're like, yeah, awesome, I got 9, you know? And then, so fair. And then I switch balls again, split, wrap 10, and I'm like, oh my gosh. So then, again, because you do have to match up so well to actually carry.
Yeah, I think I recall you bowling like game 8 or game 7. You had a Dutch 200 going, and then you left the 10-pin and missed it. And I mean, you didn't miss the pocket for 7 frames, and you were shooting 180.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Make your spares, kids. I'm gonna take my own advice.
That's when your fitness app probably went to 13.8. Would be my guess. During that game.
Yeah, right, exactly. I should dial it back and be like, where did my heart rate spike? So frustrating. But anyway, so then I switched balls again, and I was able to strike out. And it's just I agree 100% about like getting the right ball to carry, and then say hockey and just miss it a little bit with the wrong ball, you're 210 like easily. Yeah.
Well, that's all I got, guys. You guys carry on, continue, and I'll try to go get some more information. I'll try to figure out the mystery of why the scores aren't as high as the ball reps thought they'd be.
That is really interesting also, because I feel like, traditionally, the B squad, like bowls right after an A squad, does score higher.
Yeah, one theory that Chuck Gardner had was that a lot of times squads will tend to start further left because they'll see the squad before them start playing there when they come in the building. Now you guys didn't get to come in the these guys didn't get to come in the building, but I'm sure they were all watching on Bowl TV. So it's possible they just started a little further left than maybe they should have, and they're not breaking down as nice, and the rev rate's lower on this squad, so they're not going to hit them late when they start left of where they should have started.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's my theory. I'm going to stick to it
until you know differently.
Exactly. All right, guys, enjoy.
All right, thanks, JT. Jason Thomas from inside the ITRC this week. Matt Canzaro from his house. I'm from the International Bowling Campus, and Valerie from her hotel room right across the street from the IBC. All coming together to watch Bowl TV and the PWBA. It's great, folks. We're excited to be back here. Valerie, I don't believe I asked you this. I think I've asked the rest of the players who have come in. What was kind of the progression of your arsenal throughout the course of today? What balls were in the bag? What was looking good? And kind of what was the step down throughout the course of the block?
Yeah, I'd love to share that. So I started with the warrant solid, and it was actually quite good. I just don't think my shot making was all that great. So I shot 190 or so. Ended up deciding to switch to the Black Widow 2.0. And it was, when I did, it just went a little too long. So then we were like, well, what would be a little bit sooner, a little bit, but still a little like quicker response. And then so we went to the Proof Hybrid, ended up striking out, I think, for like a 240 or whatever. I go to the next pair. So you guys were talking about pair to pair. Oh my God, so different. So then, I start with that ball, and I was like, well, it's not that ball anymore. So then we were like, well, maybe we go to the hammer or the Black Widow again, and it wasn't that ball. So then I go to so I went to the knockout, and it was incredible. But then I switched pairs again, and I start with the knockout, and it doesn't look good at all. So then I actually ended up just switching back to the Proof, and it was great for the rest of the block. Like, it was really consistent ball reaction. If I got it a little right, it recovered. Sometimes I had a little bit of hold, but most of the time, if it picked up early and I like 36-10, or some sort of combination, sometimes I run away Brooklyn, and I'm like, I did that good. How did that happen? So then, make a jump left, and just kept my speed soft and slow. because otherwise I wouldn't get the right entry angle, or it would shoot through, and then I just stuck with that for the back. I don't know. I guess what 5-6 games.
Gotcha. Excellent rundown there of the equipment throughout the course of the block. That's I think this has usually been Matt's question. I'm going to steal it. Knowing you had the ability to drive, how many bowling balls were in the back of the car on the way here?
So Dash and I both brought 12. That's not like a crazy amount. We could have fit more, but we just decided on 12, and we both have not drilled being here yet.
I think that's pretty responsible, right? It makes the choices a little bit easier as well. You're not playing the change out game every 5 minutes, and utilizing other tools potentially. Whether it's changing ball surfaces in practice and getting a different look, or hand positions, or all the other things that the professionals can do that the rest of us might need 18 or 20 or 30 balls for, and even sometimes that's not enough.
Yeah, and my husband has really convinced me that too many balls it's too confusing, right? Like we really thought out this 12 ball arsenal, or I guess 11 plus plastic, and like really thought it out, made sure we had pearl ASIM, solid ASIM, hybrid ASIM, solid symmetric. The only thing that we were missing was like a hybrid symmetric, but I had a couple other solid symmetrics that were really different from each other. So, and that's not to say that I won't drill, tomorrow or the next day, or, it's not to say that I won't, but I really feel like I've got a good variety.
Always important to have. And Val, I know you said you had about 15 minutes left, so we only got a minute or two left before that. I'm sure some work coming up for you, but as you sign off for this evening, hopefully we get to see you in match play. Like we said, it looks like it's trending well for you right now, so fingers crossed. But any final messages for the Bowl TV fans out there for tonight?
Just super thankful that you guys are tuning in, and I've had a lot of support on Facebook and Instagram so far, and I'm just happy to be here. There is so much work, and I probably don't even know how much work went into making this possible for us. I've seen a glimpse of it, and as hard as it was to put together, we collectively are so thankful that we're able to do it. And I really hope the fans appreciate watching this bowl too.
It's been awesome for sure, and we definitely appreciate the time here on Bowl TV. Hopefully we get to talk to you a few times, hopefully because you're leading a block or winning a title, something cool like that. But if you ever got some time and want to join the chat, let us know. We'd love to have you back on. But for right now, we'll let you get back to working hard at the real job, and we'll see you on the lanes hopefully tomorrow as well. So thank you so much for joining us, and have a great rest of the evening.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Aaron, Matt.
Thank
Bye,
you.
guys.
All right, Mr. Cannizzaro, another great guest actually, John Mark and Valerie joining the show here. We're going to have some scores to run through after Game 5 in a moment. We'll talk about a few of our accessory partners as well, and then we have another guest lined up in just a couple of minutes. Matt Farber, former member of Team USA, and in general a cool dude. So we always like having extra Matts on the show. Mr. Cannizzaro, I think you might sneak off for a little bit here though to prepare for the end of the block. So
yeah, I'm still holding a little grudge against Matt Farber. Actually, he stopped responding to messages not too long ago, and was not there when I needed him. So I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna let him take over. We'll swap a Matt for a Matt, and I'm gonna work on some things, and I'll come back later, and I'm sure I'll be hearing from him down the road as well. So keep up the good work. Share those messages, and I'll be back in a little bit. Good luck with Matt Farber. A lot of great insight there. We actually were live stream buddies in Brazil not too long ago, so you can talk about that a little bit, and I'll be back to hear more.
All right, thanks, Matt. We'll talk to you soon as we wrap up today. But thanks again for all the hard work, and we'll have Matt Farber in just a moment. So, folks, we're going to get to the scores in just a sec. Then we'll bring in Matt. So, as we kind of look at the standings, once again, I'm sure to very few surprises, Shannon O'Keefe leading the way here at the 2021 Bowlers Journal Classic through 5 games in B Squad, and she's actually moving into contention for the top spot as well. Let's get those uploaded here on bowl.com or bowltv.com for you as well for just a quick click on the screen. But Shannon at plus 179 after 258 last game. Christy Leong not too far behind at plus 143. Angie Ramirez Perea, 248, 258 her last 2 games to get to plus 93. Maria Jose Rodriguez had the big 279 in game 4. Continued strong the next game, 223. She's at plus 77. Taylor Boltais plus 60. Lindsay Boomershine plus 40. Diana Z plus 32. Clara plus 28. Fania Kobo plus 27, Liz Johnson plus 12, and Stephanie Johnson plus 1, rounding out the players on B Squad right now who are plus. And before we bring in Mr. Farber, just a reminder, be sure to take a look at the PWBA and USBC social media networks, as we've been having a ton of great stuff posted throughout the course of the day. Just extra coverage across the social channels, high game videos from this block, more than 50 Instagram stories from all around the building today. Of course, we can, it looks like we also have an interview with Aaron McCarthy to check out. So be sure to stop by there. If you don't do it now, do it at the end of the day. It's kind of your full day recap of experiencing everything about the Bowlers Journal Classic. So a big shout out to everyone putting that together. And of course, subscribe to Bowl TV when you can and when you're all said and done today. But let's bring him in, the man, the myth, the legend himself, Mr. Matt Farber. Matthew.
Hey, Ron. Mr. Smith, how we doing, man?
We are doing excellent. It's great to see you, bud. It's been a while since we got to chat. But before we get into it, I'll give you an opportunity to rebut or clarify Matt Canizaro's harsh remarks that he left on.
Yeah, I'm kind of insulted here. You guys asked me to come and hang out. I would love to come and hang out and talk with you guys and watch some bowling. Watch the best female bowlers in the world take the lanes. We've all been waiting a long time for that, so it's great to see that they're back out there. And then Matt just comes out here guns blazing, and he's taking some cheap shots, not even giving me a chance to defend myself because I'm not even in here yet. And all I got to say is there's never been a time where Matt Canizaro has sent me a text message and I haven't responded, and I haven't been excited to respond. So I have no idea what he's talking about. We had a great time in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil at the Champions of Champions event a couple of years ago. And we're both New York natives. He was born in New York. I was born in New York. So I don't know how he could do that to me. I thought the New Yorkers have to stick together, but it's okay. Hopefully he'll get back in here before I hop off for the evening, and we'll get the chance to hash it out.
Absolutely. Now let's play the catch-up game. I know you've been busy with some stuff with Backstage Bowling, but kind of tell us about the 2020 experience heading into 2021 for you.
My gosh, I mean, it's probably a repetitive saying right now, but 2020 was just a wild year. It was a crazy year, and my thoughts go out to everybody that was affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. I think everybody was affected by it in some way, shape, or form. I hope everybody is doing well and they're staying safe. One of the things that I really enjoyed throughout 2020 was my buddy Mike Flanagan and myself. We were able to bring some more bowling content to the world with our Inside Bowling show, our Inside Bowling podcast, and we were able to interview some really amazing guests. And I think while bowling has struggled a little bit throughout the pandemic, I think 2020 was a great time for bowling because there were a lot of people that came out and started creating a lot of bowling content. You had people like Beef and Barnsey. They've got their Beef and Barnsey show. We have obviously PWBA podcasts that were coming out. The USBC show that was out was great. And you had all these different athletes that were coming out and that were doing their own types of live streams and different shows and podcasts. And I think bowling needs more of that. So looking at it from a positive perspective, I think 2020 definitely kind of jump-started the bowling industry in some ways. And I think that 2021, as hopefully the virus moves hopefully the virus moves past us, and we can put it behind us, and we can, learn from what we experienced, and we can move on to bigger and better things here in 2021.
Absolutely, definitely love the work you guys did on the podcast, and I'm just going to hit this button here on the show, and this is going to be kind of like a "This Is Your Life." You may be too young to remember that, but Matt Farber, "This Is Your Life."
Oh.
V. Mike Flanagan making an appearance as well. Hello, Michael.
Hey guys, this microphone's kind of low here.
It's
not low, you're just tall.
Humans.
Look at how low this. Let me bring in my production assistant here. There we go.
Oh man, the myth, the legend. Mike, look at how we made it, man. We made it from the Inside Bowling Show with 12 viewers, and now here we are on Bowl TV, man.
Yeah, man. We got Liz Johnson, by the way. She's got the front 8.
She actually just crossed over Brooklyn, but let's head over there to capture it. Liz doesn't go Brooklyn very often, so that was did not expect that, but still has 8 in a row. So we'll move over to 9 and 10, joined by Caitlin Johnson and Fania Kobo as well. But Michael, while we got you here sneaking in, tell the good folks about your experience so far here.
Yeah, well, I got in a little bit late, so I had to wait a little bit longer to get in the bubble. But I got cleared this afternoon, and I've been helping out with some of the media here. I want to thank the PWBA for the opportunity to be here. And all the content we're putting out is on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and working with the great team here. So I'm happy to be here. I'll tell you, for those of you that obviously aren't here, they took this very serious, and it's very weird being in your hotel by yourself, not being able to go out and do anything. So what these ladies are going through, I've actually had to go through it myself, but for a much shorter period of time. It's kind of weird being shut out to the outside world, but it's been really good, and I'm looking forward to covering the event here for the next week or so and promoting these tremendous athletes in bowling across all the great ball brands and all the great sponsors we have here on the PWBA.
Well, we certainly enjoy the help this week. It's going to make this monumental event even greater with your assistance with Kim as well. And right now, front 8. Mike, you got to stick around for this in case we get a little more excitement here?
Well, she just left a 7-pin, but I'll show you why I was here in the area, and I happened to put on the headset and hear Farber talk about me. But I got a camera here, and we've been updating on Twitter, like 10th frames and stuff of the highest game in the building. So I am here doing my job, and I thought LJ was going to be the one that was going to do it here. There's a look at that shot again. 7-pin. Shaker 7. I leave those all the time.
With a critical mass, right?
No. I don't think I would use a critical mass. I'll give Storm a plug since it's a Storm player. I would have probably used the Skybolt.
Excellent. You're definitely not dating yourself at all there either, which we enjoy. But you got to love the old school '90s equipment. I don't know how much Mr. Farber knows about Skybolts and critical masses and Kuda C's and all that, but I think he could have done some damage with some of those. What do you think, Matt?
Yeah, honestly, I have no idea what any of those balls do. I've heard of them before. I know that there's like 14 different versions of the Kuda. I'm not really sure. And I know Mike is obsessed with the critical mass, so that's really the only reason why I know about those balls. But hey, you give me a bowling ball and you get it to somewhat fit my hand, and I think I could give it a go. So if Mike Flanagan liked it, then I'm sure I would have liked it.
Liz Johnson covers up that 7-pin. So chance to shoot 279. She's kind of been just hanging around even throughout the course of the block. So an opportunity to gain some momentum. And we had JT and Valerie in the booth talking a little bit about the cut number. It might be a little bit lower than we were originally projecting in A squad, that we were thinking maybe around 130. So an opportunity with just a couple of games left here for Liz to really make a statement and do Liz Johnson type things, which is bowl well, make cuts, and eventually win titles.
Yeah, after she threw the one in the 7th, she flexed at me. I think it's the first time she actually saw me that I was here. Liz and I kind of go way back. But I just think it's cool that I'm on this segment with Farber. It's his moment to shine, and I'm here basically doing what I did on our podcast.
Yeah, well, you know what? We're a dynamic duo. You know, where one appears, the other one appears. So that's kind of our thing that we're becoming known for. Every time somebody sees me now, they're like, "Oh, so what are you and Flanagan up to nowadays?" And I'm like, "You know what? It's just a package deal." So I wish it was this way, but it's great to see Liz getting going here with a chance to shoot 2. She's one of the, I mean, arguably the GOAT, right? And if you give the GOAT long enough time, you give her enough games, and she hangs around for long enough, she's gonna have a chance to make the cuts, and like you said, not only make the cuts, but have a chance at winning. So, you know, with the rest of this game, and then game 7, 8, and 9 coming up afterwards, I got to think that Liz is gonna make a darn good run, and not only at the cut, but probably towards the top of the leaderboard.
She's going to be stepping up for her 10th frame here in just a moment. Michael showing off the work skills there as well. That was very nice reach as well. I appreciated the wingspan you showed off there.
Yeah, I can tell you what she's going to do because I just filmed it.
Well, let's see here.
That's pretty good. Pretty good.
You know, you can tell who it is bowling without even watching them bowl by just watching the ball go through the pins. And whenever the 8 and the 10 just kind of fall out at the same time, that's Liz Johnson. They fall every time, too.
They sure do.
Let's see. Let's get the official tally for Liz heading into this game. Plus 12. So she one game under 200 and at plus 12. She had 185, but a high game so far of 212. So she's kind of been grinding out these games, not necessarily, you know, fighting a bunch of strikes, but she saved them all here for game 6.
Hey, guys, you know, I've been able to predict the future. I'm going to guess she's going to trip a 4 pin here. Like 4 is going to fall late. Oh, look at that.
The magic of time delay with Mike Flanagan, folks.
Then I think she's going to switch balls on the next shot, too, just for a fill shot here. Looks like she's going to go with a 900 Global product, which is new this year for the ladies, being able to use 900 Global. Jim Callahan just told me it's a Zing, I think. Is that what he said?
I'm not sure if that ball is with 900 Global.
No, I couldn't hear him because I got these cans on, but it's purple. It's got purple in it.
And I've got Shannon O'Keefe here on my other computer. Looks like she can step up in the 10th frame here and triple for 206. So a nice even game here for Shannon O'Keefe. Nothing too big going on.
Hey, do you guys remember I told you when the ball goes through the pins, you kind of know who it is? And the 8 and the 10 fall out late? Well, this is a ball change, so this can't be the ball. It's got to be the bowler if it happens again here. All right? Let's see what happens.
There it is. There it is. Classic Liz Johnson.
That's right. Hey, I had a great time, guys, and everybody that's watching on Bowl TV, thanks for supporting. Make sure you check out the social media because that's my job this week. The more impressions means I might get to come back and do it again one day.
All right, Michael, we appreciate you stopping in for a sec. We're going to chat a little bit more here with Mr. Farber, but keep on keeping on in there. Keep doing the great stuff you guys are doing, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
See ya, Mike. Man, today this is just an overwhelming experience. I got Canizaro, who's just taking shots at me. I got now my partner in crime just coming up in here and sharing the moment with me. It's just a cool experience. But I can't tell you how glad I am to see these ladies competing out in the lanes, and not only just to be competing, but all of the safety and protocols that are surrounding this event. I mean, you guys really have taken this so seriously as it deserves to be taken. And not only are these ladies getting the opportunity to compete, but they know that they're competing as safely as they possibly can, which is really, really important. So hats off to you guys. I tip my cap to you guys for putting all this on and putting forth all the effort, because this is just fantastic. And I missed you guys. I missed watching you guys commentate and call the action. I mean, that's really what probably everybody that's here is watching it for. They're not really watching it for the bowling. They're probably here for you and Canizaro.
That may be a throwback for some of our viewers, but I'm going to go with like maybe the high, like 98.97% are here for the bowling. And there's that small 1% out there that for some reason likes Matt and I. But I think it's more for on the big screen and not so much the little screens that we've been on. But I think even more so for the guests we've been able to bring on. So, Mr. Farber, we got Game 7 coming up here. How much have you been able to kind of watch today?
I've been watching it all. I've been watching it all on Bowl TV. Obviously, this is an amazing platform. Been able to change all the cameras. It's been great. And I got to say, I know been a lot of talk about it already, but Jillian Martin, what an incredible story that is so far today. And like you said earlier, I thought the scoring pace was going to be much, much higher. I thought that there was going to be, some really high scores this afternoon, this later block. And it seems like it is, right now it is a little bit, the cut may be a little bit lower than we expected, but you always say that. And then the last two games, the players know what they need to get in potentially. And you got players, we just watched Liz Johnson bowl 279. And I think that there's going to be maybe a fair bit of that in the last couple of games here. People start getting locked in and lined in. But I got to think that Jillian's got a really solid chance here to make this first cut. And what a cool experience that must be for her to be able to make, potentially have a chance at making a cut. I know this isn't her first PWBA event. I think she's bowled the U.S. Open in previous years. So she's got some experience under her belt, which is pretty crazy to think about, that she's 16 years old, I think she is. And she's coming into this event, she's already got PWBA experience. There's not really many players around the world that can say that. So I think that's great. And I think it's cool to see some different names in the mix at the top of the leaderboard. You see Ashley Galante. I mean, she works really, really hard at her game. So it's really great to see Ashley have some success today. Erin has been in there, multiple times, obviously, throughout her career. So it's great to see her starting off the season strong. And also some young players. You got Maria Bolanova, who's spending, obviously some of her first PWBA events out here full time. So it's really exciting for I think just the PWBA as a whole to kind of get to watch all of these players duke it out on the lanes, and I think we've all missed that.
Yeah, that's a great point. It's such a great mix. I think the Jillian story is definitely going to be one to follow. You mentioned the U.S. Women's Open. She just missed cashing last year at that event. I believe she also bowled our Cleveland stop to kick off the year. So she got the opportunity to, basically kind of experience what the tour is like. Obviously, the Classic Series a little bit different with, 3 events in one, essentially, along with the regional. So she, depending on how she fares through the first 2 events, she could also be eligible for the regional. So that's a whole bunch of bowling, but a whole bunch of experience to kind of just soak in and move or use moving forward. And, that's something, you got to experience with Junior Team USA and that kind of brought forward toward Team USA. But, having success as a young player, you can kind of relate to that. How do you not let a moment like this kind of overwhelm you?
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. It's a hard question. I think, I wasn't nearly as good at her age as she is. And I think that, she's going to have a lot of interesting opportunities in her near future and just throughout her career, just because of how talented she is at a young age. And so I think that, you just you really gotta just stay focused, and you gotta remember what's important, the recognition and the quote unquote fame, right, within the bowling industry, on the notoriety and the money and those things. You really got to keep your focus on what's important. That's just doing your thing, executing your game, and just doing what you know how to do, and that's bowl. And I think that a lot of the time when you're younger, you get caught up in the other things that are not so important, and trying to become very well known or whatever it may be. I think you just got to stay focused. You just got to do your thing and allow yourself to bowl well. And she seems like she knows how to do that pretty well. So I'm sure she'll be really more than fine out there.
Excellent insight there, Matt. We're going to get ready for Game 7 here. We've traditionally today been letting our guests kind of pick the pair that everyone's going to be watching. So, is there a player you're going to be looking for to maybe break down a little bit here in Game 7?
Well, I'm biased. I'm a part of the O'Keefe coaching tree and just life tree. Really, honestly, they're like second parents to me. So, I've been watching Shan. I've been following Shan. So that would probably be my go-to here, as to be able to watch Shan bowl this match or this game. I'm used to saying match because all of my time with them was spent in college bowling. But yeah, that would be cool. So let's go with that. I'm going to go with the chalk answer.
All right. We'll get a few extra bowlers in the mix there as well. So she's going to be on lane 7 and 8, it looks like. So we'll get 5 and 6 as well. We'll bring that up here in just a
I knew that. So I was trying to maximize the amount of bowlers we were going to get to watch as well. And I believe she's crossing with Angie as well, who's up there in the cut as well, or at least going into the last game. I'm not sure what she bowled, but she was up there. So we'll get a good look here at some really talented players. I mean, we could have picked any camera and we would have gotten that. But it should be cool to see how things play out here down the stretch.
Certainly so. And there's Shannon as folks are beginning to move to their respective pairs for game number 7. We've talked a lot about it. We mentioned how Shannon O'Keefe leading the squad was something we're pretty accustomed to saying beforehand, but someone who's gotten to see her work ethic up close, everyone sees it through social media, and she posted a ton of stuff with working on her game. But Matt, you probably know better than most just the mental aspect that she puts into it and the mental work she puts into it. Can you speak to some of that, to just what makes her at this different level than everybody else?
Yeah, I mean, well, the first thing that I'd say that I like to preface, I'd like to preface by saying that she learned it all from me. So all the success that she's had really can be attributed to my help and my coaching.
I like
but
that.
All jokes aside, her work ethic really is second to none. And a lot of people will agree that bowling is a lot more than just being physically talented. It's about being mentally prepared, mentally strong, mentally tough, however you want to say it. And the greats are like that, right? We would just, a lot of people, if they were even after 5 or 6 games, they would start to feel discouraged and down. And then we see Liz Johnson go out there and she bowls 279 and to get herself right back in the mix, right? That's just something that the greats do. They have that resiliency, they have that grit. And Shannon is she is the definition of grit. She's the definition of hard work, and it's been really, really cool to see what she can accomplish. She's got all the confidence in the world that I've ever seen an athlete have, even when things are hard, which is really tremendous because when things get difficult, it's really easy to become discouraged. So it really is, and I think a lot of it comes too from her competitiveness. She played softball from a young age. She's very talented at that. She always gives a lot of credit to her brothers that she grew up with. They're always, pushing her and speeding up on her, and also, that helps her become more competitive, more resilient, more gritty. So I think, it's just a combination of a lot of things, and she puts in the time, she puts in the effort. She practices a lot, and she journals all of her practices, all of her competitions. She, I know she's obviously very close with Dr. Dean Hinnitz, who's a sports psychologist, and they've worked together a lot over the years. And, he does amazing work. So, the fact that she's been on Team USA for 30 times is certainly one of the things that's helped her over the years. So I think, it's just her natural desire to not, be mediocre. She isn't bad at anything. Honestly, I live with them. I hung out with them. I spent 3 years of my life straight with them. And there's really nothing that Shannon is, that she spends time doing that she's not good at. And so she doesn't really know how to give 50%. And so when she does something, she does something. When she runs on the treadmill, she runs 6 miles. When she, when she bowls at practice, she bowls and she focuses. So she's just got, an amazing work ethic and a good formula that works for her. And, obviously it proves to be successful because she tends to have a lot of success out there on the lanes.
Thank you for that, Matt. That's invaluable insight to one of the top players on or arguably the top player right now on the PWBA tour. We're settling into game number 7, but we just want to make sure we send some love out to our accessory partners here on the PWBA tour. So big thanks to them: 3G, Bowler X, Dexter, Eileen's Bowling Buddy, Genesis Master, Robbie's Turbo, Ultimate, and Vice for their continued support of the PWBA tour.
Yes, thank you to all those wonderful sponsors. We need those people. So for anybody that's out there considering making a purchase, making some sort of spending some sort of money here in the bowling industry, make sure you consider those people.
Absolutely. We'll have some apparel partners coming up in a little bit, and even a giveaway. You guys forgot about the giveaway. We still got a giveaway coming up this round, so look for that a little bit closer to the end of the block. But Mr. Farber, as we have kind of watched the progression of this 39-foot pattern, we had Nick Hoagland on to kick off this block, and he talked about, some of the things, he thought he would see. And we've seen multiple angles of attack throughout the course of it, and people find success. For Shannon here, she is still fairly direct, and I can't say we really saw that in the first block to someone who, was scoring, regularly high throughout the course of it. She's still pretty much staying in that track area. We've talked a lot about her ball speed, but are you surprised she's still this far right?
No, honestly, not really. She's very different. She likes to keep it in front of her. When she, just knowing Shannon how she is, when she has to all of a sudden really open up her launch angle and start getting the ball to the right very, very quickly, that's not really her A game. Her A game is being able to keep it a little bit more in front of her. And like you said, utilize that ball speed. She used to, Shannon's maiden name used to be Rondo, and she used to throw it really, really hard, and they used to call it the Rondo heater. And she can get that ball speed up back to what that was, but she doesn't ever hardly get it going that fast. But she likes to stay with those benchmark type balls. For anybody that's familiar with the Ebonite line of balls, she likes to stay with those game breaker type balls. For her hammer brand, it's like the equivalent of a web tour. The balls that are smooth, symmetrical pieces. Those are typically her balls that she usually likes to really spend a lot of time bowling with. And she's able to, for whatever reason, when she gets lined in like this, she can really just stick with it, and she doesn't really usually have to move a whole lot. And if she has to, she will. But I've spoken a lot with Brian and Shannon over the years, and a lot of many times, it will seem like her ball reaction is starting to go away a little bit. Her ball's hitting the pins kind of funny, so they try to be proactive and they make a ball change or they change part of the lane, and then it doesn't end up working out, and they go back to what she was doing, and then she just keeps striking and keeps striking. So she's able to, for whatever reason, usually stay, I think, a little bit farther to the right and use those a little bit stronger balls. She's still doing it today, right? She's got a double to start this game out. That second hit that she had, it was a little light mixer-ish. But for whatever reason, her ball still gets, allows the ball still knocks down all the pins, right? Which is, I guess, the most important thing. So I'm not surprised. And I think, if she's got a lot of experience in this building too, through all the Team USA training camps that she's had. So I'm sure she understands the characteristics of this bowling center pretty well as well. So I'm confident that her and Brian probably put together a pretty good game plan of what she was going to do, today. And it seems to be working out so far.
I would say so. We're going to have a score update coming to you in just a moment. Got the word from Tennille Milligan, our tournament director and USBC Hall of Famer. So thanks to Neil and all the good folks who are in the ITRC right now getting us the scores so very quickly from game to game. Matt, you're pretty familiar with the ITRC yourself between a few Junior Team USA and Team USA camps. And we've had a few people talk about, it's kind of tough to carry here. What are some of the characteristics you've seen, over the course of your time at the ITRC that, for the folks watching this week to look out for?
Yeah, one of the things that I do remember of my time at the ITRC is that sometimes, depending on what you're doing on the lanes and the pattern that you're bowling on, those 7-10s can be a little bit pesky. You can start leaving some 7-10s. And as I was watching today, I certainly saw my fair share of 710s on the screen, and I'm not sure if it just seemed like a lot because I saw a couple in a row, but it really did seem like there were some corner pin carry issues, or some people struggling to get the 10 and the 7 out. So I think that's one of the things. They do maintain the facility unbelievably well, of course, and so I think that helps. From a pin carrier perspective, the machines are always pretty much spot on. Everything is usually working really, really well. But I've noticed over the years that the lanes start to hook a little bit more and more. And I think for whatever reason, I'm not sure what that is, but in recent years, I've noticed that they start hooking a little bit more. And there are some characteristics, as you get closer to the higher end, lanes 12, 13, and 14 is not in play, but there are some differences up there. But all in all, I've always viewed it to be a pretty consistent facility. I think they do a really good job of taking care of it, which I think that's where a lot of the inconsistencies usually come from. So, I think I think the left side is also usually is pretty good here in the ITRC. I think that lefties have had success when I've been there and been around there. So I think it's I think Angie Ramirez may have a good chance of having a lot of success this week. And the other lefties in the field as well, if they're able to get lined up and obviously, manage the transition and breakdown if they have any. So that's really my take kind of on how the ITRC plays, in my opinion.
And the 710 bug unfortunately went to Taylor Boltice.
Sorry,
while you were talking about that. So you owe Taylor a hit now for that. But,
I do.
But we rolled the scores across there, and in case if you didn't click on it, after 6 games, Shannon O'Keefe continues to lead here on B Squad at plus 175. She sits 4th overall in the field. We can start kind of looking at that overall field now for that top 12. Christy Leong has been super consistent today, plus 158. She's been bowling phenomenal. Maria Jose Rodriguez, after kind of a slower start, 180, 20, 190, 279, 223, 234 to get to plus 111. She is on our featured pair. You mentioned Angie, plus 192. She's been pretty steady these past few games. Liz Johnson, 279, making the big move all the way up to plus 91. And right now, she's the number, folks, to make that top 12 to match play. Looking a little bit farther down the standings, Brianna Cote, who bowled A Squad, right now the first player out at plus 76. Lindsay Boomershine, right on the cusp at plus 63, bowling right now on B Squad. Taylor Boltice, plus 36. Stephanie Johnson, plus 34. Summer Jasmine, plus 30. Fania Kobo, plus 27. Clara, plus 24. And Diana, plus 5. So a few players a little bit farther back who are a 250 and 260 away from being right in the number.
Yeah, that's the tricky thing is you say, there's only really a handful of people that are within reach of getting into that cut line. And then you remember there's still 3 more games, right? There's plenty of times players come out here and they shoot 750 for their back 3, and all of a sudden they hop into the number easily. So it'll be interesting to see if the scores pick up at all going into the last 3, if the scoring pace kind of stays the same. But it certainly is looking like around in that some low to mid 2-teen range is going to be around that cut number.
And we will be running that down throughout the course of these final few games. JT, the man inside the ITRC, was going crazy with updates during A Squad for that final game as we were hopping back and forth here on Bull TV. So we'll look forward to do that again as Angie gets the 7-pin out there, just enough to lean on it. Now, Mr. Farber, for those of you who don't know, you're a pretty positive guy.
Yeah, people do tell me I tend to be pretty positive. That's kind of my thing. I try to be as positive as we can. We've got enough people out there in the world that can be negative, so I think it's always nice to sprinkle little bits of positivity and love towards other people as much as you can.
So for those of you who don't follow Matt, definitely a lot of good stuff out there in the social world. And I know it's not you, but it's someone I see it every time on Twitter. I forget the individual's name, but I believe the post is it's 9:15. Have a great day. And I always see the Matt Farber like pop up on that one. So I'm like, okay, all right, Matt's having a good day. I saw that like up there. So
Yeah, that's one of my best friends from college, Kev. Kev is one of my best friends from back home in New York City, and Kev tweets every single day. It's 9:15. Hope you have a great day, everybody. And I just love it. I love the positivity that he's putting out there, and so I make sure to give him a like and give him a response and tell him to have a great day as well. So that's awesome that you see it. I'm glad that the world is seeing Kev's tweets. So make sure you go follow him. I'm not sure what his Twitter handle is, but I'm really not sure, honestly. But go to my profile, see my likes, and you'll find Kev. But he's just one of my really, really good friends. And they say you become an average of the 5 people that you spend the most time around. And I'm glad that I got to spend a lot of time around Kev. Hopefully we can continue spreading some positivity. Verity, speaking of PWBA, I know Verity was on earlier today. Verity's, she blows me out of the water when it comes to positivity. I mean, she's even more positive than I can be at times. And so I think it's good for everybody, and I think we could always use a little bit more of that, especially nowadays.
Well, we certainly appreciate it, and just the energy you bring, just in general, is always refreshing here. Especially now, getting to chat about some bowling as well. So it's a great mix. It's like peanut butter and jelly, except I don't like peanut butter and jelly, so I need a better combination here. I'm not a jelly guy.
No, I'm not a jelly guy.
Isn't good for me.
Yeah, I see some people coming in here saying I don't have any lighting on my face. I'm trying to figure out how I can combat this here. I am in a little bit of a corner room. I'm like, now I got my flashlight on my phone going. I can hold it here if this is better for everybody. Also, we're not here to look at my face, people. We're here to watch the bowling. That's really the most important thing here. I will, for the viewers, though, I will hold my flashlight here so everybody can see my face a little bit better, if that's really that important to everybody.
It's going to be a good workout for you, too. So that's going to be exactly. You're going to be all set to go after this.
I'll be looking like Chris Vi by the time this set is over, and that's not a bad thing. So shout out to Chris, my dude.
That is very true. Very true. We saw some trouble there for Shannon in frame number 5. That shot went through the nose, leaving the 3-6-7-10. She did not convert it, so her first open here in game number 7. Do you think with Shannon, when we kind of talked about her being able to kind of use her speed to kind of keep her angles a little bit tighter here, when it's time to make the big move for her, being familiar with her game, is that more of a ball change for her, or is that tweaking something with the hand and she gets to the pocket there, doesn't get the 7-pin out? So, for her, what's kind of that switch once it's time to say this particular thing isn't working? What does she prefer to go to?
I think it really depends on kind of what's going on with the lanes. That was one shot where she went high. She did bowl 190 last game, and now she's got, she's on 190 pace again here. So part of me thinks that she's going to make some sort of a change, whether it's, I think that for her first move will probably be to use the same ball and just chase it a little bit deeper in on the lane. That's what I think she might do. She could also, change to a little bit of a cleaner ball and stay in the same zone. But given how far to the right she is, I would say she might just scoot in a little bit and just try to give it a little bit more shape, a little bit more angle. But you never know. It's kind of really hard to tell what the lanes are doing. Sometimes if you're able to stay to the right and then you start migrating in a little bit, you get into all of the friction that everybody else created, games ago. And then so sometimes you got to make that really big move in all the way in. So I could see, a number of things. I could see her getting a way deeper in, closer to, fourth arrow, and keeping it really tight to the 3-pin and just getting away from all of the earlier friction to the right. I could see her staying to the right and balling down and just trying to keep it in front of her and use a cleaner ball to accomplish that. So I'm sure she's thinking of something. I know Shannon, if after bowling 190 and then being on 190 pace again through six frames. I'm sure she's probably thinking of making some sort of a change, if I had to guess. So I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see. I know I didn't really give you a great solid answer there, but I also just don't want to look silly if I'm completely wrong. So I'm going to go with, she might do one of three things. She might move, change balls, or stay the same. I don't know.
I like it. It's always great to have options. So there you go.
Exactly. You got to be ready. If one thing doesn't work, then you got to be ready to move to the next. And sometimes also it could be the pair. It could just be 7 and 8. If she, and the next pair that she could go to could be perfectly fine, and she could go back to striking a lot. So that's one of the hard things too. Is sometimes if you make a change just based off of one lane or 2 lanes, it really can kind of mess you up. But she'll figure it out. I'm sure she will, and we'll see what happens.
All right, folks, we are in game 7 of 9 here. B Squad qualifying at the PWBA Bowlers Journal Classic, the first event of the PWBA Kickoff Classic Series. 3 events on the national side and 1 regional event, all within about a 10-day stretch for these athletes due to the pandemic and just the ongoing issues with COVID-19. The players are in a very unique situation, following very strict procedures and protocols to compete this week. You see the masks on all the players, of course, but they are traveling to the ITRC, to the hotel, back to the ITRC, to the hotel. That's the only places they're going throughout the course of this competition. Matt, for you, if you were put into this spot, what would be some of the essentials you would need to compete over the course of 10 days, being in that situation?
Man, that's tough. I would definitely have to bring some books. I'm a big reader nowadays, so I would definitely have to bring some books with me. And at the same time, you got to have fun. You got to make sure you have fun. I don't know if I had a Xbox or a PlayStation, I might bring that and play some 2K in the or some FIFA or some Madden in the hotel room. I might do that. I don't know. I might take some yoga classes. I'm not really sure what I would do. I would have to get creative because spending that much time in one room, not being able to leave, that's definitely tough. And it's not only is it tough on the the physical side of things, right? A lot of these ladies out here on the tour take their physical fitness seriously, and they like to work out, especially when they're on the road. And I saw on social media yesterday numerous players like using bowling balls for weights, doing push-ups with another friend sitting on their back, whatever it may be. So it's not only tough from the physical portion of it, but from the mental side of it as well. You kind of go a little stir crazy. You get a little bit of cabin fever when you're spending that much time just in that one room. So it certainly is going to be really hard. But I think that all these ladies, if you could tell them, hey, you either have to, adhere to these protocols or you can't bowl the event. Obviously, these ladies are more than happy to go through those things to be able to bowl events and to have events to bowl. And quite frankly, I think it's a really cool experience. I think it's, I think to be a professional athlete and to be in a quote unquote bubble event, to be kind of secluded from the rest of the world while everybody else watches. I think that's something really special to be a part of. And also they know they're being safe, and that's the most important thing. So that's going to help them, rest easy, and feel a little bit better, about everything that's going on. They know for at least, this time period that they're being safe.
I think that's you got a lot of excellent points there. I think the great shot there from Maria as well. But I think, based off of, some of the things we've learned over the past year that, this could be a monumental, it is a monumental event. Just for the start of the PWBA tour once again after the cancellation in 2020. But I mean, with all the work, you talked about the time and the effort for so many folks to put into this, but this is something new. This is something, maybe even when we talked to Chad yesterday, this idea had to go through probably so many steps to go from like, okay, there's no way we can do this to maybe this isn't so crazy to, okay, how do we really do this to eventually, putting together the full plan. But yeah, this is something big for bowling, I think. And I'm kind of looking forward to, we're talking to the players in between the blocks and, we're doing things here on Bowl TV. But I'm going to be really looking forward to hearing some of the stories after the fact, kind of reflecting on the Kickoff Classic.
Yeah, no doubt. And I think, the coolest thing is it doesn't matter to me the timing of it all, but, there are other main sports that had bubble seasons, they had bubble playoffs, and now bowling is in that, in that same conversation, right? Bowling has had now their a bubble type event where players were secluded, they were tested, they were allowed to compete, which is great. And it's a special event put on obviously just for them. So I think it's really great. I think it's what bowling deserves. And thankfully there's a lot of smart people that worked with you at the USBC, and you guys were able to figure something out to make this happen. Like you said, I can only imagine the amount of steps and the amount of tasks that had to be completed in order to make this a reality. So hopefully as the PWBA season progresses here and the virus starts to hopefully move behind us, it will be easier and easier to put events on safely as, the tour travels around the country.
I appreciate your words there, Mr. Farber. As we're wrapping up Game 7 here, I know we have another guest up for game number 8, getting ready. One of our competitors from earlier today, Aaron McCarthy, is going to join the show in just a little bit here. But as we wrap up with these final few frames, just tell us everything that's kind of keeping you busy right now in the bowling world and just in life.
Yeah, I'm working on that big project, Backstage Bowling. Shannon O'Keefe, who's on your screen right now, is one of my teammates with this project that we're doing. And, we really are just looking to help as many bowlers as we can improve their bowling games. And that's what we do. We do it through an interactive community through Facebook. And we've got, a lot of things that go on with that group, whether it's live streams or giveaways. And so that's really time consuming. And it's amazing and we love it. So that's what we spend a lot of our time doing nowadays is Backstage Bowling. And, spending time with family. The pandemic made it really hard to do as much traveling as I was used to. And now that things are opening back up a little bit, and me feeling a little bit more comfortable to travel, I'm actually down here in Florida. This is my cave right now. I'm in Florida, and I'm getting to see my father and my grandmother and my sister, who I hadn't seen for a long time. So it's really great to be able to do that. And that's really what it is. And then getting, bowling's firing back up. I'm excited for bowling to fire back up. I'm excited for bowling centers to be able to open back up. So I'm really, excited about that. And I'm just excited as a whole for the sport of bowling. I think that there's a lot of good things that are going to come out of 2021 for the sport of bowling. And I think we just all got to be patient and do our best to do whatever we can to help the sport as a team.
All right, Mr. Farber, we want to thank you again so much for joining us here today and taking some time out to chat with us, and of course take a look at some of the top athletes in the world. Lindsay Boomershine putting together a pretty big game here, but that's going to slow her down a little bit, but she got the first strike in the 10th. Still going to be in the 240s. Nice 223 there from Maria Jose Rodriguez, as well as she continues to move up the standings here in B squad. But Matt will let's see. You want to bring Aaron in real quick and say hello?
Sure. Let's
All right.
And we'll swap mediocre Matt out for excellent Aaron, and we'll just we'll move on with the block here and give the people what they really want to hear.
All right, so we're going to bring in Aaron McCarthy, who finished the day earlier, a plus 195 to tie for second in A squad. So hello, Aaron. How are you doing?
Good. How are you guys?
I'm good. Hi, Aaron.
You're definitely not mediocre, by the way. So
Okay, well, I'm trying to hype you up here, Aaron. I'm spreading we talked about the positivity before. I'm trying to spread the positivity and hype you up. You bowled great today, so you deserve it.
All right, fair enough. I appreciate it.
You got it.
All right, Aaron. We'll keep Matt on as we finish up this game. We got to watch the block. After a 190 start, 279, 257 to really set the pace for what was going to turn out to be a great day. What were you kind of seeing early on this 39-foot condition?
So game one, I'm typically a slow starter. If I shoot above 200, it actually makes me a little bit nervous on how the rest of the day is going to go. But I made a ball change after talking with Nathan after that first game to that forged flare. And I think it gave me a different shape than possibly the rest of the field. It's a stronger ball for me, but it just read the lane pretty much perfectly. It gave me a little midstream right and actually a little bit of hold in the middle. So I just ran with it for those 2 games in the middle there.
All right, and we've been watching one of your new teammates, Maria Jose Rodriguez, here this past game. It seems like she's finding some success as well as this block has kind of progressed. There's only a handful, and we talked a little bit about this on the PWBA podcast just a week or two ago. But working with a smaller team, kind of for the first time at an event like this, what's the experience been like between just the communication with Nathan? I know you got Summer and Maria on this squad as well, but how's all that coming along so far?
Yeah, it's gone pretty well actually so far. I didn't know how it was going to be since it was just myself on that first squad. I guess it could be a good thing or a bad thing depending on how my block went. But I feel like we communicated pretty well with each other for not having ever worked together. I feel like everyone on the moto team, for the women anyways, they're all pretty laid back. And like I've mentioned in the past, Maria and I tend to play similar parts of the lane. So I think that can be a big benefit in terms of, where we start in a block or how it transitions and whatnot. So it's kind of a learning process, obviously, for this first week, but so far so good.
All right, Matt, I'll throw it to you.
Yeah, Aaron, I just got to let you – Nathan's going to get really jealous of you guys always bowling great. You got to take it easy or the guy might get really sad. You just got to be very cautious. You're new. He's helping you. And then, you're going to show him how it's done. And Nathan's going to be like, I can't do that. So you got to make sure you take it easy. He's a sensitive guy.
Sure, but to give Nathan some credit, he made some ball suggestions and some moves for me and they worked. So I guess I owe that to him as well. Cause I don't think I would have come up with going from my recoil to my my fatal or my flare after game 1. So I have to give him a large amount of credit for that move.
And so, Aaron, what's your plan going into tomorrow? You got to think you're solidly in. You're going to move on to tomorrow. So what's the plan going into tomorrow?
Yeah, I think I'm not going to start with the same balls that I started with today. At least I don't think I'm going to. I think I'm just going to pretend like I'm starting in game 2. And kind of go from there. But again, just take it one game at a time because it's round robin match play. And with the bonus pins, anything can happen. And we all know that day 2 of a tournament can be a little bit different or a lot different depending on how it transitions and breaks down. So I think just taking it one game at a time and staying focused is gonna be the key for tomorrow.
All right. Well, I'm excited to watch you be successful tomorrow, Aaron. I really am.
Thanks.
All right, Mr. Farber, we will hopefully get the chance to talk with you a few times this week. If you feel the need to join us, send us a note. We know how to get a hold of you. Canizaro, he says you don't answer his messages, but if he texts, we'll expect you to show up. So
absolutely. Well, Aaron, you texted me and I responded, and here I am. And so I really don't know what Matt's talking about, but we got to get both of us on the air here sometime this week so we can hash this out and we can become friends again.
I agree with that. So we'll look forward to chatting with you a little bit later this week, Mr. Farber. But have a great night, and thanks again for joining us here on Bowl TV.
All right, thanks for having me, and Aaron, bowl great tomorrow.
Thanks. See you, Matt.
Take care.
All right, Aaron, we are just 2 games left here of this block. You got to Bowl A squad, so that's from about 10 a.m. to 4:30, give or take. So how you kind of been decompressing after that block? Obviously, you had to feel pretty good to put up a nice number to start things off, but kind of how's the rest of the night shaped up for you?
Pretty relaxing, I guess. It's not a lot to do. Went back over to the hotel, had some lunch, had some dinner delivered. Just hanging out with my roommate, to be honest.
Who's the roommate this week?
Jordan Richard. She's currently laughing at me via her bed.
This is this is not the first guest we've had on who's had roommates as well. So if Jordan wants to swing by and say hi at any time, she's more than welcome. But Aaron, we talked a lot on the PWBA podcast. Just your role as a registered nurse, kind of coming into this event, kind of seeing the procedures and protocols as we got closer to seeing if the event was going to happen. Now that you've got to experience it, kind of how would you just kind of describe it to the folks out there?
The bubble is kind of it's kind of crazy. Like Mike Flanagan was saying earlier, it's very strange just going from the bowling center back to your hotel, not having a lot of interaction with other people. We haven't seen each other. Some of us haven't seen each other in over a year yet. We might have only seen each other once or twice in passing, depending on if we're in different squads. But I think at the end of the day, we just wanted to bowl. So whatever that entailed, we were gonna do it and follow through with it. So, the bubble's weird. That's the only way I know to describe it.
Yeah, definitely something new for everyone involved. I'm kind of in my own bubble here in the Bowl TV studio, but it's we're all experiencing it in our own way. But I asked Mr. Farber prior to you joining, just I feel this is a big moment for bowling moving forward. Not only the fact that we're competing in a national event here in 2021, but on top of that, the PWBA coming back. Kind of looking back. You think this event is going to, be something where folks will be talking about it for a while after it's all said and done?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we went from not knowing if there was actually going to be a tour. Like, yes, the event was announced for January, but I don't know how the other girls felt. But for me, I didn't want to get excited until it was for sure going to happen. But I think people are going to be talking about this for quite some time. So it proves that you can actually put us in a bubble and it can be safe and it can be effective and we can still compete. Other sports have done it, and this is the first time that bowling has done it. So I think we're kind of setting a precedent for ourselves.
I got you. We are currently in game 8 of 9 here. Behind lanes 5 through 8 here at the Bowlers Journal Classic, part of the Kickoff Classic Series. It's been a long day. I'm not going to lie. So bear with me here as we have a pair of errands in the chat here as we wrap up. But I'm trying to hang on here. Yeah, it's it's a brand new experience. It's we've been so far away from it for so long. This is just day 1 of essentially 7 of tournament days. I know I'm personally kind of feeling just getting back into the rhythm of having these long days that we got used to on the PWBA tour when it was happening week in and week out. As far as kind of just the stamina of the week so far, how has being in this environment kind of felt on that side? Has it taken a little bit more out of you, or are you still feeling pretty fresh here in the early going?
I think it's a little bit both. Back home I was really in the bowling league. Wasn't really bowling competition. So for me, I was thinking games 4 and 5. I'm like, I haven't bowled more than 3 games in quite some time. So the fact that I still had 5 more to go after game 4, it takes a while to build your stamina back up. But I think the pace of play, it's not too fast, not too slow. So I think that is probably helpful for myself and for other women who are just getting back into it. But again, 9 games is a lot of bowling. Just, get back to the hotel, whereas normally you might go and do something fun or go to the gym even or just decompress. But you really only have 2 locations to do that. So, if you're not resting well in the hotel, which I'm not sleeping too well, that can play a factor too. It's just different.
Gotcha. As we move here, let's see if we got some scores after 7 as well. And we do have an update, so we'll run through those real quick here. Aaron, you're still sitting tied for second at plus 195. Shannon O'Keefe, pretty close to you, though, at plus 189, just 6 pins back. Christy Leong, also on B squad at plus 148. Maria Jose Rodriguez, plus 134. She's been pretty consistent the last couple of games. Moving into the top 12 on B squad now, Lindsay Boomershine at plus 108. And Angie Ramirez Perea, currently the number, and on B squad at plus 80. First player out who's on A squad actually is Brianna Cote at plus 76. So Bree has been kind of in that 13th spot the last couple of games. Liz Johnson plus 73, a few spots back, bowling on the squad, as is Clara at plus 58. So, we were kind of throwing around numbers a little bit earlier after A squad trying to gauge where we thought scores might be for the cut. 130 was the number that was thrown around. Looks like we might fall a little bit short of that. But as far as scoring pace for today, kind of what were you expecting out there? And, now that, A squad finished up, kind of what were, if folks could have done it differently, do you think they would have tried a few different things out there?
I don't know if they would have tried anything different. I would say after the practice session yesterday, I was expecting scores to be a little bit higher today. I thought there were going to be like even some 230, 240 averages and more people in the 220. But they actually kind of got tricky from pair to pair, just a little bit wobbly down lane almost, so to speak. If you don't have the right ball or you're not in the right part of the lane, it can get kind of frustrating. And then, of course, a lot of us think that B squad is going to end up scoring higher just because they might learn something from A squad. But I feel like overall, they're not significantly higher. There just seems to be a few more bigger shot by the B squad bowlers, which I guess is to be expected, learning from A squad and trying different things. But I don't know, I was even talking to my roommate, Jordan. There's not a lot that I would think that she would have done differently, so to speak, because it was just tricky hitting the pocket and then carrying when you do get to the pocket.
Yeah, and that seems to be kind of a characteristic here of the ITRC. We talked about that with Farber as well, just during last game of trying to get those hits to go together. That seems to be a little bit frustrating a part of competing here, and we've seen that kind of over the course of the history with events at the ITRC that it's occasionally tough to get those corner pins out.
Yeah, no, I would definitely agree with that statement, especially pair to pair. So, you catch a good pair, then you want to take advantage of that for sure.
We had Nick Hoagland on as well to kind of talk about the pattern and, a similar question to what we asked you just about kind of the scoring pace. He thought it was going to be maybe a little bit higher overall, but, he gave us some great numbers on some of the pairs across the house. 3 and 4 was the highest scoring pair. 11 and 12 was the lowest scoring pair in A squad. So if you had to define a tricky pair for yourself, what would that have been?
11 and 12.
11 and 12? Okay.
That was my lowest game. And I also I need some practice with the 2-8 combo. I left a couple of posts on that pair, and it was tricky for me to pick them both up, apparently, which lowered my score as well.
Yeah, that 11 and 12. So we'll have to keep an eye on that throughout the course of the week. We've had a few folks mention, the process of taking notes throughout the course of an event like this, and just kind of keeping those things, understanding, the tendencies throughout the course of a block, especially having multiple events at a single house. As far as notes, are you pretty meticulous with notes, or kind of how do you kind of keep tabs of everything going on at a place?
I actually don't take any notes in a notebook or via my phone. If there's something that stands out, like for instance, 11 and 12 were pretty tricky for myself and the people that I was crossing with, and I'll make a mental note of that. And normally, if there's that big of an issue, you kind of hear about it throughout the week, so you just kind of remember that in your mind. But as far as taking more meticulous notes, I don't really do that. I just kind of try to get a general feel for everything. Even during practice, I'm kind of the same way. I don't try to overwhelm myself, and notes will probably do that for me. So the less thinking, the better.
I got that, and yeah, I could see that potentially being a hindrance as well too. If it's if there's so much that it essentially overplays, seeing what the ball is actually doing down the lane. If you're convinced that this right lane is going to be 2 boards tighter than the left, you may lose a few frames just because you have that kind of ingrained in the idea. So it definitely is worth kind of seeing how it plays out first before kind of relying on those and understanding. I think it's potentially better for understanding quicker and making that move to say, hey, okay, this is still a tendency on this lane. I better make this adjustment.
Yeah, absolutely. That's kind of how I go about it. I don't try not to get any preconceived notions. Otherwise, I do get into my own head and I make bad decisions after that. So.
All right, Aaron, we've been talking a lot about bowling. Let's talk a little more fun things here as we kind of get towards the middle of game number 8. You know, it's going to be a long week in the hotel room. What were some of the things you brought along with to kind of stay busy during these times when you know, when you're there? I'm sure the bowling's on just for the information purposes, just to kind of see what folks are doing. But what are some of the things you're going to be doing to essentially stay busy throughout the course of the week?
So I brought some coloring pages, coloring books, adult coloring books, more those. I can't really share those on screen, but that's been keeping me preoccupied. We've been doing some binge watching on Netflix, and then I brought some board games too. I don't know, might take down my roommate. Guess who? Maybe. I don't know. Kind of a whole lot of nothing, essentially. Just watching TV and relaxing. It's kind of nice for me just because back home, all I'm doing is working and sleeping, it seems like, and trying to practice. So it's just kind of been nice to decompress and just do nothing for once.
Absolutely. A chance to decompress after the block and just kind of enjoy it all. A unique situation, definitely for all of us. But, you know, as we kind of get through this game, we've let our guests, you know, kind of select who they like to watch compete, you know, maybe to learn a little information. Is there any player on B Squad right now you'd like us to potentially flip to see how they're doing this game?
Well, I'm going to be a little biased. We go to Maria's pair. I'm not quite sure which pair she's on right now.
All right, let's find Maria Jose Rodriguez. I think she was moving right. So let's see, 9 and 10 or 11 and 12. She's going to be on 11 and 12. All right. All right, looks like maybe a bit of a rough start there for Maria. Looks like a pair of opens before getting that first mark in frame 3, but she's been rolling pretty steady since the start of the block, and is in position to is Taylor like that one there. But yeah, Maria's been looking strong throughout the course of this block. You know, we've been talking a little bit about Shannon playing the lanes, you know, fairly straight so far, as she's been having some success on B Squad. Maria's kind of that whole different zone there, closer to fourth arrow. You know, what have you been kind of seeing from Maria as far as her reaction, and, you know, now as teammates, what are you kind of taking away looking ahead to match play tomorrow?
I mean, I can kind of see that we're in similar parts of the lane. I'm not quite sure what ball she started with. I can late as far as the line swimming goes. But I tend to just look for generalized areas of where people are playing. Because my ball speed's a little bit slower than most, so even if, you know, I'm trying to that doesn't necessarily mean that I'm going to be able to throw, you know, the same speed or anything similar. So I'm just looking for shapes, more or less, when I'm watching their bowlers.
She delivers a strike there to start working back towards what we've seen the past couple of games. You know, I think for the folks at home, you know, I'm as bad as any. You know, you start a game, you start a series, start off with a few opens. It's tough to kind of get everything going once again. I'm sure that's magnified in this type of event. And, you know, we talk a lot about, you know, being able to quickly forget, you know, those bad shots. What's the key to, you know, being able to quickly refocus in those situations to where, you know, you're not thinking about, man, I still can't believe I missed that 10 pin, or, you know, whatever it may be that happened the previous frames. You know, for you, how do you kind of brush off those shots and start moving forward again?
You know, it's kind of tricky, especially with this type of format, and only having 3 in a pair. You know, you finished on lane 11, so to speak, and then you're up again on lane 12. You obviously don't want to slow down the pace of play too much. You know, for me, if I had a bad shot today, I just had to kind of remember my previous shots. You know, obviously I had a good look for almost the entire day. And to reassure myself that, you know, one bad shot is not going to kill you. One open, you can rebound from it. So I think it's really telling yourself that, you know, you can do it. You can make a better shot the next frame. That's key to moving on from it.
Good stuff there. I think we may have someone who wants to come in and say hi real quick. I'm taking a look at our Bowl TV booth from the ITRC, so I'm gonna see if I can get their attention. I see some folks talking right there. Oh, maybe they were just talking right there. JT, can you hear me? We'll bring JT in for a quick second.
Talk to me, Goose.
Hey, JT, we saw you guys hanging around there. We didn't know if you wanted to jump in for a quick second and say hi to Aaron McCarthy.
Hi, Aaron McCarthy. Of course, I always love saying hi to Aaron McCarthy. One of my favorite people in the world. We were just talking about storylines, who we're going to interview after. Mike's working on some different angles. You know, we're going to interview the leader as soon as we're done on the show here. But Mike's working on some different storylines. So we were just talking about who he might be speaking with. But yeah, I mean, it seems like we're kind of seeing the same thing at the end of the block as we saw with A Squad, where, you know, the scores are a little bit harder to come by here late, which is kind of surprising. Usually you see the scores coming late in the block for you know, in any block on the tour, unless they start to really hook and they had to start further left. But yeah, I mean, they're struggling to get some scores here the last couple of games. So those players that are, you know, 50, 60, 70 pins behind the number, they've got their work cut out for them these last two games.
That was definitely tricky towards the end of our block, especially games 8 and 9. Even if you get
Yeah, it feels like you can't just jump left and throw it to the right. It just doesn't seem like there's enough hold to be able to get away with that. And so you kind of have to keep it in that little window still. And as they start to hook in the fronts, it's really hard to keep it in that window. And like you said, get the ball to go through the pins.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, that's all we're talking about, guys.
JT, I know we're a game away here. What's the buzz around the watering hole, if you will, for cut number here?
Yeah, I mean, I said 119 a little earlier, but 110 might be looking okay. You know, it's kind of interesting because you got a few players that are kind of creeping up the leaderboard, and you got a few players that are, you know, have been pretty solid all day, but they're trying to hang on. You know, Maria, one of them, but you know, she's got a possible 180 this game, and if she opens in the 10th, she shoots 150. So that all of a sudden would put her in jeopardy with one to go. So it's going to be pretty interesting. It's going to be a fast and furious game 9, just like we had earlier today.
Well, that's the way we like it here on Bowl TV. So, all right, JT.
Yeah, I'm going to get ready for it.
All right, we'll see you soon.
Yep.
All right, our sideline reporter, Jason Thomas, a man of all skills this weekend, taking care of all the stuff inside the ITRC for us so we can stream it out to all the folks out here in Bowl TV. Aaron, as we kind of wrap up game 8 here, we won't take up too much of your time here, but any just kind of final thoughts toward the Bowl TV fans, just about you know, being in this experience and just kind of looking forward to the rest of the week?
Yeah, I mean, we as the players, you know, appreciate everyone at home watching. I've had a tour for almost 500 days, so it's nice to get out there and compete. And Bowl TV was free. So if you don't have a login, you get one. And why not? It's free. So we're just excited to be back on the road and be back competing.
Well, we appreciate that. We're certainly excited as well. Let's take a look at Maria's 10th frame here. That's a pretty good shot right there. Had the miscue on that lane in the 8th frame with a single pin. Still can get into the 180s, though, with one more strike here, which I don't think it's going to hurt her too much. She's at plus 134, so she might have a little work to do here in the final game. I thought she had a few more pins there, but it's going to be a big shot here, and then obviously into game number 9. But Aaron, I want to thank you for joining the show here with us. Hopefully we get to chat with you a couple of times throughout the course of the week. And best of luck moving ahead tomorrow.
Thank you. Thanks for having me on.
All right. Have a great evening.
You too. See you later.
Bye. All right, folks. Erin McCarthy joining the show. After a great day on the lanes at the Bowlers Journal Classic, plus 195. She's currently tied for second place. We'll get to see where she is sitting at the standings after we get an update through Game 8. A few players within range as we head down the stretch here. We're going to take a quick break to prepare for the, as JT mentioned, the Fast and Furious ending here on Bowl TV. But before we do that, we got some folks we'd like to thank. So before we hop off just yet, give me a quick second here. But we would like to thank our apparel partners as well on the PWBA Tour. You see all the great jerseys out there each and every week. There's a great one right there from Lindsay Boomershy. Players always look top-notch with all these great apparel companies out there, so a big thank you to them for their continued support each and every year on the PWBA Tour. So we got quite a few. Got High Five Gear, Vice, EFX, Bolify, Chameleon, a Cool Rift, and I Am Bowling, which is part of Logo Infusion now. So big thank you to all of them and their continued support of the PWBA Tour. 173 finish here for Maria. And another big game for Lindsay. She had a few splits early on, but has found some late momentum, could still get to 235. She is a player who's moving up in the standings, kind of what JT alluded to. And this will help push her up, make it a little more secure heading into that final game. She is at plus 108 in 11th place. So she can get to 143 on the right side of plus. With 2 more strikes, we'll finish up game number 8 right here. That one didn't quite make it all the way back, pushed a little bit. Going to lose some count, but once again, a nice game, and she's going to be in a pretty good spot here heading into game number 9 to put herself in the top 12. We'll mark at 220 for Lindsay. That'll push her up to plus 128 with just one game left to go. So, folks, we're going to take a quick break to get ready and catch our breaths here for the final game of qualifying for the Bowlers Journal Classic. It's going to be fun. It's going to be exciting. We're going to be hopping back and forth. We're going to be talking numbers, doing math, crazy stuff like that. But before we get too far, we would like to say thank you again to one of our sponsors, Kegel, the official lane maintenance provider of the PWBA Tour. We're going to show a quick ad of theirs before we get into game number 9.
How do I play this pattern?
Hello again, everybody. Welcome to game number 9, the final game of qualifying here at the 2021 PWBA Bowlers Journal Classic, taking place at the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas, the first event of the 2021 PWBA Tour season. My name is Aaron Smith, been joined by so many great folks throughout the course of the day. I'm going to bring it home for this final game, along with help from Jason Thomas throughout the course as we track the scores. I'm going to go ahead and not be on the screen, though, so don't worry about me, folks. We're going to have some fun going back and forth throughout the course of this final game, taking a look at the final scores and seeing what some folks need to make a run into the top 12 for match play tomorrow. As our good friend Hosan in the chat says, now the intensity comes, and very well put. Essentially, this determines a day off for some folks. Only those advanced will be bowling tomorrow at the ITRC for match play, and then the step-ladder finals of the Bowlers Journal Classic before competition kicks off for the ITRC Classic, the second event in the Kickoff Classic series. That will be on Friday. So 36 players, 12 advancing here to the next round. Of course, also setting up for the long week ahead, looking to the Hall of Fame Classic, the final national tour stop this week. That will take the top 24 players from the 9-game qualifying blocks here at the Bowlers Journal Classic and also at the ITRC Classic. So we got a few different things happening throughout the course of the week, and things we'll be looking at as we determine our first 3 National Tour champions of the 2021 season. We're going to start off on lanes 1 through 4, but we'll be cycling through everything throughout the course. Of this final game. It does look like we have some scores coming up, so we'll get those out to you first. So as we head into this final game, still leading overall, Ashley Galante. Fantastic day on the lanes. Got to plus 200 to lead A squad. Still tied for second at plus 195, Erin McCarthy and Danielle McEwen also on A squad with all 9 games in the books. Shannon O'Keefe, 189 in game 8. Puts her in 4th place at plus 178. Christy Leong, saw a few folks in the chat talk about it. Just an incredible story for her with the recent passing of her father, Terry Leong, a beloved member of the bowling community. Having a great day. She's at plus 150. Valerie Bercier, who joined our show a little bit earlier today in the block, sitting in 6th place, plus 134. Missy Parkin in 7th, plus 129. She had a late string of strikes in that final game in A squad to get to that plus 129 number. Looks like it might be enough here. Lindsay Boomershine on B squad at the moment. She's been rock steady the past 4 games, 233, 223, 245, and 220 to get to plus 128 with 1 to go. Jillian Martin, our 16-year-old standout, Junior Team USA member at plus 119. She's 1 pin ahead right now of Liz Johnson at plus 118. Liz has had 2 big games here in the past 3, 279 and 245 to put herself in position to make the cut. Maria Balanova, a rookie this year from Moscow, Russia, at plus 110. And right now, we mentioned some of the struggles in that final game. Maria Jose Rodriguez, currently the cut number at plus 107. The good news for Maria, there's some separation between her and the rest of the competitors right now on B squad. Brianna Cote still in 13th place at plus 76, but she has all 9 games in the books. Stephanie Johnson on B squad plus 71, so that's 36 pins back. Angie Ramirez Perea, after a strong middle portion of that block, 258, and 248, has gone 199, 188, and 189. She's at plus 69. Looking a little bit farther down, Summer Jasmine and Diana Z at plus 52. Clara Guerrero at plus 50. So those players would need a massive finish here. So Maria is working with some room to spare here. We were originally talking about plus 130 potentially being the number. It's looking a little bit closer to 110, 115 here. So we're going to be tracking that. Jason Thomas is going to be the man with the plan as we start to look around. And according to, let's see, JT sent in some quick notes over for Stephanie. Spare double to start. Angie has spare strike. Both of those players on the outside looking in. I believe Maria on our feature pair right now on 3 and 4. She is off to a strong start here. 3 of 4 strikes. Looking to make sure it doesn't have to come down to the 8th, 9th, and 10th frame here. Strong start for her. quickly rolling through the live scoring, and folks, you can find that for those of you who are in the chat. You got a few different options above the chat to click on. You see the little tiny information button that leads you to pwba.com. We got a ton of great info there for this entire event, including the live scoring. So we're going to run through that really quickly to kind of keep track of some of these players, to see how they are trending here towards the final few frames, along with going back and forth here on the screen as well. Shannon O'Keefe looking to take the overall tournament lead. Spare double out of the gates over on 5 and 6. Summer Jasmine, an early 4-bagger before an 8 count in the 5th frame. Diana Z with 4 in a row to start over on 7 and 8. Over on 9 and 10, we mentioned Stephanie Johnson, spare double to start. Liz Johnson, who's moved into the number, and a player to keep an eye on. She's at plus 118 if one of these players puts together a big run. Has started spare, double, open. 73 in the 4th, followed it up with a strike in the 5th, however. All right, JT just letting me know that Stephanie now has a turkey after that spare. Let's make a quick run over there. See Maria with the 10 pin right there, looking to keep it clean through 5. Hey, it's me again, folks. But not for long. To 9 and 10 we go. Tina Williams and Kayla Bandy joined by Stephanie here on 9 and 10. Shout out to Tina, a USBC board member, as well as a top-notch competitor. So big thank you to her for all the great things she does for the sport of bowling. Kayla Bandy in the news this week, as she announced her resignation from Maryland Eastern Shore, where she's been the head women's bowling coach for about the last 7-8 years, taking on some new endeavors. So we certainly wish Kayla all the best in those, as well as on the lanes this week. And we'll see Stephanie in a moment. She will follow up after Tina here, looking for an early 4-bagger. After the spare in the 1st. Jason Thomas looks ready to stop by for a second. So JT, we're going to bring you in as Stephanie goes up here.
Yeah, I just figured it might be easier for me to talk to you rather than typing. My mouth is faster than my thumbs.
But after the day we've had, that does seem the safer route for any chance at misspellings or anything like that as well. So
yeah, correct.
I would agree. I wouldn't trust myself in that situation either at the moment.
Yeah, and the reason I'm not looking at the screen is I'm looking out at the lanes, and there's a lot of math that can happen. Liz Johnson is plus 118. She's right on the cusp, and she's on a 193 pace through 6 on 11 and 12. You've got Steph, who we're watching right now. She is at plus 71, and she's got a 219 pace through 5, but still has a possible 269. That would get her in soft. Diana Z still has a pop. She can shoot 266, and that would get her to plus 118. But she can't miss the rest of the way. She's through 6 frames. Summer Jasmine still has an outside chance. If she were to go off the sheet, she could get to 256. That would put her at plus 108.
And right now, for A squad numbers in the cut, that number is plus 110 right now in 11th. Maria 3 pins behind that, plus 107 entering the final game.
Yeah, and Christy Leong, she could go the other way. She's at plus 150, and she's got 80 through the 5th and a strike in the 6th. So, she needs to grind it out these last 4 frames to hang on.
That would be a tough way to end the day, especially with as well as she has bowled throughout the course of this block to find some troubles here down the stretch.
Yeah, she got off to a quick start, and she's really been grinding it out the last 3-4 games. She's basically, she's lost her ability to get the ball through the pins, but she's still hitting the pocket. But like we mentioned on the chat just a second ago, she's gone double 4-5-7 double her last 5 frames. So and that last one that she just threw, the 5-pin just kind of barely got out. So it could go either way, but a key double that she just threw in the 6th and 7th.
Big shot here for Steph Johnson to get the momentum going once again.
Yeah, the reason why the great players are great, you see them on TV, you see them, on the championship matches, you see them win, but it's because they bail out these games, in the last game to make it to the next round. They just are able to stave off elimination so often and give themselves more and more chances to keep moving on in the tournament and winning. And, Steph, she needs 240, 250 here, and she's right on pace to do it.
I think it's been interesting to, and we haven't been on Steph throughout the course of her block, but we caught a little bit of her in the early going when Tony Franklin joined the telecast, and Steph was pretty far left to start. We were all a little surprised like that. It actually looked like she, maybe has even moved a little bit right here. Definitely a different ball in her hands as the pattern has transitioned, but kind of interesting to hear the roadmap she's had today.
You're right, and that I mentioned it a little earlier. We were kind of speculating about why the squad wasn't hitting them as well as we thought they would, and the answer is they started a little further left than they should have. It's just interesting because those ball reps were telling them to start right, but the heart wants what the heart wants. Tony Franklin said it. Hey, I'd try to start right, but as soon as I go high once, I'm moving 10 left. And, that's just what happened.
Taking a quick look across live scoring, Maria still clean after that early double, so she's pacing 2-0 right now. Once again, she was in the number at plus 107. Few players to look out for. Let's see. I haven't caught Angie yet on live scoring. I'm not sure.
Yeah, Angie's still got a pop.
257 out there, I think.
Yeah, she just missed, but she can still spare and shoot 246. I would get her to plus 115. Diana Z is probably out of the wood now. Best she can get to is plus 98. Summer Jasmine, same deal. She can only get to plus 88. So I think we can count them off the list of our potential finalists.
Looks like Liz Johnson, spare opportunity here in frame number 8, drops her max down to 210.
Yeah, those last 2 frames for Liz are going to be huge, and I would not bet against her. I mean, let's watch her. She's on 11 and 12. Steph just going up here. If she strikes here, she's in good shape. Yeah, that was a great pitch there. She can still shoot 269, but we'll still keep an eye on her. But let's watch Liz come down the stretch, and this is why Liz is the greatest of all time. She's pulled off more of these 9th and 10th frame Houdini acts to make cuts than any player in the history of the tour.
Houdini acts. I like that, JT.
Yeah. So I mean, look at this game. You know, she's shooting 190. She's thrown 3 strikes, and now she probably needs, a double to make the cut. I mean, are you going to bet against her not getting it? I'm not.
No, I enjoy money in my pocket, so I would probably not likely bet against Liz Johnson in any scenario. We are live now on 11 and 12 here on our main commentary channel. Of course, if you want to follow any of the other players, you do have that option. We've been saying it all day, but if you just joined the broadcast, you can jump around from channel to channel as well to watch these key moments here as we determine the top 12 here at the Bowlers Journal Classic. Here she is, folks. Legend Liz. 9th frame. Oh,
wow. What a bad break.
Everything about that shot looked good except the result.
So now she's got to spare it and go off the sheet to get to 116. And that probably gets her in. But, she's basically completely back to the wall now. She needs every single pin, the next 4 shots. Steph, that 9 pin you see on lane 9, that's Stephanie Johnson. So she makes that, and she will still have a possible 248, and that would get her to plus 119. So now she's, basically backed up against the wall as well.
I believe we have a 119 in the books as well. I think that was Jillian Martin's number. It was plus 119.
So Angie Ramirez is still alive. She can shoot 246. She'll get to 115 if she does that. Let's see what Liz Johnson does here. She just misses it. So 186 now is her max score. That would leave her at plus 104. And I don't think that's gonna do it. I think that's out of the wood.
Taking a quick look around using live scoring once again, folks. Such a great feature to have this week. Maria is in great shape on 3 and 4 to improve upon that plus 107. She's working on a double going into the 10th. She could still shoot 239. So you imagine any type of mark there in the 10th. She's in the 2 teens, probably going to be in great shape. Lindsay Boomershine was at 118. She's on a 182 pace, but she's working on a strike in the 8th frame. And, it looks like trouble. I see a 6 count pop up on live scoring, which will cause which could potentially put her in a tough position to fall out of the number. That was a 3-6-9-10.
And Maria just threw the first hit in the 10th, so she'll be in the 220s minimum, so that's going to put her in locked.
Taking a look at the overall lead, Shannon O'Keefe was 22 pins behind Ashley Galante in the plus-minus column. For Shannon, max score of 216. So it looks like Ashley Galante is going to be our leader here after day number 1.
Angie Ramirez coming up on lanes 5 and 6. Huge shot for her. She needs all of them to get to plus 115. It's so crazy how this comes down to the last frame of a 9-game block. I mean, go out, all of you amateurs out there, go out and bowl 9 games with your friends and see how often it comes down to the final frame of it between you guys to see who wins. I guarantee you it's almost never. But out here, there's 6, 7, 8 players that it comes down to the last frame, what you do in the last frame.
Big 4-bagger for Christy Leong. She gets to 196, so she is going to be safe for moving forward.
Yeah, that was a nice finish for Christy. She opened in the 10th, but that four-bagger basically locked her up in the final, so we'll see her bowling tomorrow. And now Liz Johnson steps up. Best she can do, 186. That would finish her at 104 over and probably outside looking in.
10th frame coming up for Stephanie Johnson as well. Max score 248 still out there. She got the first one in the 10th with that late kick of the 10 pin there.
Angie got the strike in the 9th, so we might want to flip over to her 10th frame here after Liz.
Need this one for any chance. That's what you expect Liz Johnson to do after that tough 4-9 break in the 9th. Angie's on. What pair are we going to, JT?
5 and 6.
5 and 6. All right.
And while we were switching, Stephanie Johnson struck and then left a 310. So she spares the 310, and that puts her at 236. That would leave her at plus 107. So that's going to take Liz Johnson out of it no matter what. Liz did get another strike, so she'll be in the 180s, but she'll be in the low 104-ish range, and that's just going to be a little short.
Lindsay Boomershine did pick up that 369.10. She got the first strike in the 10th as well. She can get to 192. That would put her at plus 110. And as we mentioned, we have a player in the clubhouse already at 110 over. Maria
That could be a roll-off. That could be a roll-off for the final spot.
Wouldn't that be like the most proper way to kick off the season after everything we've been through to get here?
It would. It would be exciting. One game would determine who makes it. So Liz finished with 184 plus 102. Stephanie finished with 236 plus 107. And I think 110 is looking like it might be your number.
Angie stepping up far left of your screen right now, folks. Oh, that's not necessarily a hit you're guaranteed here at the ITRC. So,
No.
Hit him thin, watch him spin. Great shot there.
That was huge.
Angie.
This one guarantees she's in. This next one. And it's going to knock somebody out, too. Probably knocks out Stephanie Johnson.
Lindsay Boomershine split her second shot, finishes with 181. So she's at, she loses 19 from that.
Yeah, she's at 109. So if Angie strikes her, she probably knocks out Lindsay Boomershine. This is like Mario Kart. You guys ever play Mario Kart out there?
It's been a while, but
blue shell, red shell. You're about to cross the finish line. You get hit by a blue shell, and then 4 people pass you.
It is the way. It's all about strategy, right?
And a little bit of luck. You know, whoever bowls the best game, the last game, makes it.
I believe this is the last pair going right now, too. So fitting that the excitement comes down to this.
Yeah, this one puts her in and it knocks one person out. And it could also lead to a roll-off at 110. It's a huge shot here. Wow, you can't throw it much better than that. For the wheat.
Angie's going to be in the 240s now.
Count's important here. 115 if she gets them all. But, she throws a 5 count. It's 110, and then it's a 3-way tie. So no Greek churches, no half loaves.
The anticipation is killing me here, JT. To wrap things up, and
can't do it much better than that.
Takes care of business. A nice 246.
She throws the last 5 to sneak in.
Qualifying at the PWBA Bowling Journal Classic. We're going to verify the scores.
I think we might either have a roll off at 110 or we have 110 as the number.
Well, let's take a look here at the top 12.
109. I just got a word from an unofficial source that 109 is the number.
Lindsay was at 109. If she would have picked up the spare, we would have had a tie at plus 110 with Maria Balanova. So let's see what we got here. We have. What did we say Stephanie was at? She was at 107, correct?
Correct.
So we had.
So that
I think it's Liz falling out.
Yeah, definitely. She definitely fell out. She's at 102.
So Liz falls out. Angie Ramirez.
I think
pops into the top 12, and I think we're at 109.
Yeah, I think that double that Angie threw in the 10th knocked Stephanie Johnson out. She's the one outside looking in, and what I'm hearing is 109 is the number. So that means there's no roll off. So no extended work for us tonight. But man, 9 games and it comes down to less than a mark.
We wouldn't have it any other way, folks. That's what we do here on Bowl TV, right, JT?
Yeah, why not?
Whew.
Well, we'll stay on the air to get the official word. I don't trust anything at this point, but we believe 109 is the number. But we will confirm that with an official word here momentarily. Well, Aaron, what's tomorrow looking like?
Tomorrow, similar schedule, different type of format for us, but we will once again be kicking off at 11 a.m. Eastern with the top 12 here from the Bowlers Journal Classic. They will be competing in round-robin match play, so head-to-head matches, bonus pins, all that great stuff. And you know what? We're kind of looking at top of the leaderboard to what the cut's going to be. That's potentially only 91 pins with 30 bonus pins a game. So I think that's pretty awesome that we're going to walk right into it with potential to have massive upheaval in the standings.
Yeah.
So that's always fun. We'll have 6 games at 11 a.m. Eastern. The final 6 games, including a position round at 5 p.m. Eastern. And then the stepladder finals at 9 p.m. Eastern right here on Bowl TV. And a great reminder. Once again, we've had so many folks come in. We appreciate all the comments in the chat and all the nice words folks have said who have joined the broadcast about being back. But match play will be free available once again for those with the Bowl TV login. If you want to watch the stepladder finals, that will require a subscription. We have 4 options: an annual at $79.95, watch the entire tour season, and so much more. Monthly $9.95. Event pass, get all 4 stepladder finals this week for $12.95. And if you just want to watch one particular stepladder final, your favorite player is in it, and you want to see them win a PWBA tour title, that's $4.95. So that's the rundown there.
Yeah, it's less than a Starbucks, man. I mean, we can't have Starbucks this week because we're in the bubble, but I brought my own coffee machine from home, so I'm living large at the hotel bubble. But man, yeah, you don't want to miss it.
JT, we got Tony in the chat here. We know everyone's sticking around. How about you have the honors here to handle our final giveaway of the day as we wrap things up?
How do you want me to do that? You want me to do a trivia question?
Well, I'm going to press the button, but you could just tell me when I'm going to press the button and tell the good folks what they're going for here.
Well, they are going for one free annual Bowl TV subscription. You get all 90 events plus that we're going to be doing here in 2021. This wonderful event here kicks that season off. More than 1,600 hours of coverage. Feels like we did that just today. Aaron Smith.
It after you've been a while, it does feel like that. I'm not going to lie, but folks,
today was a great day. I mean, we rolled out a new model for how we're going to be doing our coverage. Hope you loved it. I mean, it felt like you did with the feedback we got. The viewership numbers were amazing. We broke our all-time records for Bowl TV viewership today, which was really exciting to see. I know people are really, jonesing to watch some bowling, so I'm sure that was part of it. But hopefully you enjoyed the coverage and enjoyed the diversity of the guests. And, we had different people in here all day, and it was a lot of fun to bring it to you. So that's the new Bowl TV. Hope you enjoy it, and I hope you subscribe.
But make sure and see if you win the giveaway first before, just in case. But you just have to click the submit entry button in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen to be entered. That's all you got to do, and we'll have a winner here. So that's always exciting. It's. If I had to name all the guests we had today, JT, I don't think I could actually do it without, which is very different compared to when we're on site. And we get someone to come in here or there, but constant. We got to talk to players, we got to talk to bowling industry folks, we got to talk to ball reps, and of course the great stuff from yourself and Mike Flanagan as well.
Well, thank you. I was just looking up at the leaderboard, and we're still missing a few recap sheets. Was what I'm hearing, so that's what the holdup is. But it's a really interesting field of finalists for tomorrow. You've got some really experienced players, who have titles. Maria Jose Rodriguez. You've got Shannon O'Keefe, who's the two-time reigning PWBA Player of the Year. But then you've got a whole bunch of really talented non-winners that are going for their first title. It's going to be really exciting tomorrow.
And of course, Jillian Martin, our young 16-year-old standout in the field, Junior Team USA member. She had her ups and downs, but plus 119 looking like it's going to be enough to earn a spot. We're both historians, but you know the really nitty gritty details of stuff. Would Jillian Martin be the youngest person ever to win a PWBA national title? Without even looking at anything, I would be very confident to say that. I have my resources though. I could probably pull that up really quick.
Yeah, I know Wendy McPherson won when she was 18, right, with the U.S. Open, her first title.
1986. Yep.
Yeah.
U.S. Women's Open as an amateur. Congratulations to Brian Robinson as well for winning the annual Bowl TV subscription. So Brian, our marketing team will be reaching out to you to fulfill that. So let's see if we can run that down really quick. Usually I have my program book with me. It is a little bit too far away right now.
Yeah, I mean, every time there is a PWBA event, you are literally witnessing history. Whoever wins it, they go in the record books as a PWBA champion. But there could be some real history tomorrow. You could have Jillian Martin winning, becoming the youngest bowler ever to win on the PWBA tour. There are several players who are looking for their first title, a few rookies. A few of them have been out on tour for a while that have been knocking on the door. You've got the reigning Rookie of the Year, Valerie Bercier, in there. She could win her first title. And I'm really excited. It was a long day today. I'm tired from the coverage we did, but I'm already excited for tomorrow.
It's certainly going to be something else. And the fact that what time is it now? We're coming up on, that was quite a day, JT, almost 9 o'clock local time here.
Correct, yeah.
We're going to be pretty close to crowning our champion at this time tomorrow, which is which is just fantastic. Essentially going full circle here to make it happen.
Yeah, I gotta look. The trophies actually were in the building a couple of days ago, but they actually just got delivered into the bubble today, and they are gorgeous crystal pieces. The players I saw them kind of walking through as they put them on the table, and they were like, "Wow, that's something I'd really love to have on my mantle."
That's what it's all about, folks. That is what it's all about. As we head into tomorrow, you ran down all the great storylines there. Sneaking in that last game, Angie Ramirez Perea, I think she's definitely the wild card in this situation. If she can find something she likes on the fresh, it might be a tough day for the rest of the field trying to catch up to her if she can start putting together some wins. Very unique situation. We kind of talked about it a few times, being the lone left-hander in the entire field. And, she's going to, we definitely saw the transition tie some people up here throughout the course of the day and trying to figure that out. And, she can definitely take what she learned today. I could see her making her way into the top four pretty easily.
Absolutely. I mean, and the thing about it is, if you go out and bowl by yourself and you bowl on a pattern, that's consistent, and then you come out and you bowl the next day, and then you bowl the next day, and then you bowl the next day, by the second or third time you see that pattern, you're figuring out all of the transition, right? So she's going to have a little bit of a different plan tomorrow. She's going to know when she ran into trouble. She's going to know what pairs gave her problems. She's going to have an answer for all of those things tomorrow. So if she gets off on a run, you're right. I mean, she could run the table.
And folks, we are still officially waiting for the final cut number, our unofficial number at the moment, plus 109, which belongs to Lindsay Boomershine. But still waiting for that official number before we go off the air today.
12 for tomorrow's match play portion of the PWBA.
Talk about timing.
Classic. Tournament leader, Ashley Galante at plus 200. Tied for second and third, Aaron McCarthy and Danielle McEwen at plus 195.
Aaron, I'm gonna run and grab Shannon O'Keefe for an interview.
Okay.
And you can take us home till then.
All right. Thanks, JT. All right, folks. Let's bring this screen back up, see if we can hear the announcements.
Ashley Galante at plus 200. Tied for second and third, Aaron McCarthy and Danielle McEwen at plus 195.
This is the one difficult part about not being in the venue hearing the scores is I got to make sure I can hear it. Hear Tennille make her announcements some way.
Maria Jose Rodriguez and Christy Leong. And seventh at plus 134, Valerie Berstier. And eighth, Missy Parkin, plus 129. Ninth, Jillian Martin, plus 119. 10th, Angie Ramirez at plus 115. 11th is Maria Villanova at plus 110. And our 12th and final qualifier is Lindsay Boomershine at plus 109. Our alternate for tomorrow.
There it is, 109, the official number from Tennille Milligan, our tournament director and USBC Hall of Famer.
We'll see you tomorrow. A very important.
And it looks like we're going to have Lindsay joining the show here. So there she is. Hello, Lindsay.
Hello.
It's great to see you. I'm sure that was a little nerve-wracking down the stretch there, but you made the top 12. Just talk about some of the craziness going on that final game. I know probably didn't go the way you were hoping to, getting into the number, but what's it like to hold on and get to match play?
Great. I mean, how I started, it was like nerve-wracking because it was like 612 days since I thrown like an actual PWBA competitive shot. It was a lot harder than I thought, but I was like, you've practiced enough, grind through it, make good shots, make your spares from this point out. And that's what I did. So I was trying to read the lane correctly and, just do exactly what I've been working on. And I'm really fortunate that, the number held up. The pairs, the lanes were getting super wet, dry, super choppy. And when I 7-10'd on a good shot the last game, I was like, just put it behind you and just finish out the game as much as you can. So I knew I wanted to get a double, but I knew at least a strike or a mark would have definitely, put me in contention to make the cut. So I'm super excited. I mean, this was an interesting experience taking that long break. So I'm so grateful and happy to be back, and everything you guys have been doing is super awesome.
Well, it's certainly exciting for us to, be in this position again, running down numbers, talking, who's in, who's out, all of that excitement. And you went on quite a stretch there, kind of throughout the middle of the block, getting really lined up, lots of 220s, 30s, and 240s. As a player who likes to open up the lane a little bit, is that something you kind of see moving forward into match play, being able to maybe get a little bit farther left and take advantage of that?
I think that the key today was once they started breaking down, you had to get the ball right faster, and that's one of the things I've really been working on. And I usually struggle on these 38, 39 foot patterns because my ball is too inside and not right soon enough. So that was something that definitely paid off today. I knew where to get it down lane, and some of the pairs, depending on when we moved to each one, it was definitely tricky, and you had to make sure that which lane's hooking more and all that kind of stuff, and all of our notes from practice. So I just stuck to my process, and I was present because it's exciting to be back, and I was confident in what I wanted to do. And I've led tournaments, I've been in the middle in tournaments, and I've been the cut in tournaments. So I'm grateful that we get 12 games tomorrow. I don't think that they're going to get quite as wet dry as they did today, just because you're bowling match play, you have 2 on a pair, not 3, and you're also bowling, 2 6-game blocks with a re-oil in between, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay.
The quick assessment, obviously you just walked off the lanes. Tennille announced your name as the cut number. What type of, and I think the cool thing, JT and I were talking about it, is that right now from first to 12th place is just 91 pins. And with bonus pins, that makes that number even smaller. So, for you, just kind of first reaction, what are some of the things you'd like to do differently and kind of bring into tomorrow's match play portion?
Well, not completely with the 3-6-10 on my first shot of competition would be a great start. But I think you get more comfortable, and I started getting more and more comfortable as the block went on, and just reading the lanes the way that I wanted to, and seeing what the lane was telling me that it wanted. So I think those things kind of matched up. I got my legs underneath me, kind of got like some of the jitters of, finally be able to, come back. You're so excited, you're nervous, you're anxious, you're all these different emotions, and finally just calmed down, stuck to myself, stuck to my process, and I was present. And, that's really what I've been working on with my mental coach, Mike Shady. And it really, kind of went uphill, and everything kind of came together. So I and the ball reps, Jim and Matt helped me out a ton. And I'm grateful that, we work so well together. I know my bowling balls. I've been working. I know when we did the podcast before, I told you guys, I was really excited about this week coming back and really showcasing, how much work that I've put on. And, tomorrow I'm taking one shot at a time, and that's all you can do.
Absolutely. Lindsay, got one more question for you before we let you rest up for tomorrow. Okay. What is going on with the mask? I can't quite tell what you got going on there, but I need to know more now.
Okay, so I love Betty Boop, and that's what it is.
Okay, all right.
Okay. So I wanted to wear something. I love her. I think, she just, symbolizes a lot of different great attributes that women have. Personality, strong, independent, all that kind of stuff. So since we have to wear a mask, I was like, I'm going to wear something I love. And, when I put it on, I'm like, fierce, let's go, stick to your process. So I don't know, it makes me feel good. So I always wear stuff that makes me feel good. So that's me.
I like it. That's the best way to wrap up our show today. So, Lindsay, great bowling. Congratulations on making it to match play, and we'll see you tomorrow here on Bull TV.
Thank you. Bye.
See ya. All right, folks. We'll see if JT is bringing in anybody else here, or if we're going to wrap up the show today. I think JT is saying wrap up the show. So we hit the 5-hour mark here on a B Squad. Pretty awesome, pretty crazy day here on Bull TV. So we've had so many great guests join us throughout the course of today. We definitely appreciate them giving some time out to not only chat with us, not only to chat about the PWBA tour, but give some great insight to all you great folks watching here on Bull TV. For the staff inside the ITRC, just a phenomenal job getting the scores out quickly. It's been a fun event. We made it happen. It's going. We're going to crown a champion tomorrow, which is just phenomenal. Once again, taking a look at the standings here after both squads are in the books. Ashley Galante leading at plus 200. Also advancing, Aaron McCarthy, Danielle McEwen, Shannon O'Keefe, Maria Jose Rodriguez, Christy Leong, Valerie Bercier, Missy Parkin, Jillian Martin, Angie Ramirez Perea, Maria Balanova, and Lindsay Boomershine. So those will be the 12 players moving on to the next round for match play. As we talked about, 6 games at 11 a.m. Eastern. We'll take a little break. We'll be back at 5 p.m. Eastern. 6 additional games in the position round before the stepladder final tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern, before we crown our first champion of the 2021 season. So, folks, just a final reminder, you watch today for free on bowltv.com. You created a login, so we thank you. Spread the word. Tell folks they can watch this great bowling, qualifying match play for free. You do have to purchase a subscription for the stepladder finals, a few different options for that. Click on join now here on bowltv.com to access that and get set up for the year, for the tournament, whichever way you prefer to go. But for Jason Thomas, Mike Flanagan, Matt Cannizzaro, my name's Aaron Smith. Thank you again for joining us here for the PWBA Tour in 2021. And remember, on Bull TV, bowling lives here. Have a great evening, folks.